Battle
All right, so
cruiser
we had to pull out of
operational.
New York because they don't provide the data that we need to make any discovery there, but Texas does. So we made some progress before I passed out from exhaustion in Dallas, okay? But this model here is not what you would win a court case with, okay? You know, like a state I'm not going to mention in another election that's perfectly flat. Now, it could be that the primary was totally fair in Dallas and Tarrant and in Texas. We would hope to see these expansive clouds probability. But I've been around the block, and I can see that this is, if you look top down, on a parabolic arc, which we know usually means something happened in the hybrid permutation of the proportions. But if this is all we could find in Dallas and Tarrant, then we wouldn't have a case. In fact, I would say, good, I want the election to be fair. And then we would have a database full of fair elections. I desire that just as much as everybody else. Now, let me tell you what I think happened, okay? We just don't know what the combination is yet. So you'll notice that we have the early in-person vote. That's cool. We call that advanced. That's the term they use in Georgia, the advanced vote. The mail-in vote and the election day vote for the 2020 primary. This is only Dallas at the moment. And we excluded all precincts that had less than 100 total votes for all candidates combined, simply because 100 total votes would disperse very erratically across all these columns. They wouldn't provide any useful information. So that being said, we have these three ways you can vote any of these candidates. So we have Biden, Bernie, Bloomberg, who performed 100 times better in Texas than he did in his home state in New York, which is very suspicious, and Warren, okay, who we would expect to perform better than Biden, okay? She had a lot of grassroots support. Everybody else was lumped into the yellow column, just as other, but the other column of the old remaining candidates, including Buttigieg and Klobuchar, they function together as one large candidate. Think of it that way. We call it the other. And they actually are a significant part of the tabulations when we lump them together. So, what would make us think that something might be wrong? This is not a math argument. This is just a gut check argument. Okay. Let's just take a look at Texas primary Democrat 2020. Okay. And what we see is that Bloomberg performed very, very well. Much better than he performed in New York. He didn't even get 3%. Maybe he got 3%, but I know he didn't even get. He definitely didn't get 4%. He didn't even get half that percentage in New York. Okay. And we also notice that he's picking up. He actually won some of the counties. Warren managed to win in one county. So this seems to be, if we look at the areas where Bloomberg won, they seem to be very close to the areas where Bernie Sanders also won. So I don't know what happened in this county with Elizabeth Warren, but it'd definitely be very interesting to look at. I would love to know which county that is. So it just doesn't pass a gut check that Bloomberg would be so popular in two states that are just so ideologically opposed. Okay. On the other hand, Bernie Sanders won California, and he won it bigly. Okay. And yet he performed very poor in New York. And last I checked, New York liberals in the city are no different than Democrat liberals. California liberals in the city. Then again, I've never actually been to California, so what do I know? But it doesn't strike me as they would be that different. I remember in New York City, there were a lot of real Democrats, okay, wearing Bernie Sanders T-shirts in Brooklyn, and you even saw Bernie Sanders marches on the Verrazano and the bridge and all that. I remember going into work in the city. So for Joe Biden to have outperformed Bernie by so much in New York, when I only saw Bernie Sanders supporters in New York with my own eyes, my own two eyes, is quite surprising. And then we had Bloomberg picking up counties in Texas. So let me lay out what I think. I'm going to get rid of all these paint documents. We're going to start new. Well, we'll keep we'll just start new. So we have a lot of ways in which people can vote and a lot of candidates they can vote for. So we have to treat each column in that spreadsheet as its own entity. Okay? You see how Warren even outperforms Bloomberg? And this is in New York. We'll keep that there as a oh, actually, I'm going to have to reset the picture soon. But just keep that in mind. So this is what I think happened. This is what I think the order of combination is going to look like if there's anything suspicious in Texas. There may not be. It could be fair. I doubt it. So what we did last night was we said, okay, we're going to treat Biden as one candidate, and then we're going to treat Bernie, Bloomberg, and Warren as a single candidate, and then the other as the third candidate. When we applied that methodology, we got a very cloudy plane, which is ostensibly fair. Really, nothing that wrong with it. It's still kind of flat, but it's possible, right? But I think if we find the correct combination, the combination that they use, if they use any, it could be a fair election. If they use any combination, we're going to have to find it in these columns. So my first assumption would be that they would treat Bernie and Bloomberg as a single candidate, with Bloomberg acting as a dump, as a foil against Bernie. And they're going to have Biden and Warren together as another candidate, and Warren is going to be a piggy bank for Biden. I still don't know if the other columns will factor in. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to have to take this. We're going to have to make something that allows me to get all these percentages without having to keep doing them by hand. Otherwise, we're going to be here all day and get very little done. So let's delete this. Okay, this is our original sheet. Okay. Well, the true original from the county recorder is here. All right, so here's this. What we're going to do now is make another copy of this sheet. And we're going to build something that we can use in the future for this type of a problem. We've had some experience with this in the past with primaries, right? They do create a combinatoric disaster, but we will get it done. So here's what we need to do. If I type in the number 1, then all I want is Biden's advanced vote. If I type in the number 2, all I want is Biden's mail-in vote. If I type in the number 3, binary code, I want Biden in both categories. If I type in the number 8, because this would be 1, 2, 4, 8. I only want Bernie's advance vote. If I type in 16, I only want Bernie's mail-in vote. If I type in 8 plus 16, then I want both of these columns, and so on and so forth. So what we're going to do is assign a binary mask, okay, to this column up here. So that's easy enough to do. So if I, for instance, I go type in 14 and I go type in 2, then I want some combination. Now we have to do it in a way where it's mutually exclusive. We don't want Bernie's early in-person vote appearing in two percentages that we're trying to contrast against each other. Then we're going to create tautologies. In other words, we're going to be garbage in and garbage out. So the way in which we handle this has to be very, very, very meticulous, to put it lightly. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's start building what it is we need to do. I'm just going to brainstorm for a moment while I think silently, okay? Okay, well, the first thing I could do is just for human purposes here, is put in what these things are. So this will be the ones place. This will be the twos place. This will be the fours place. The 8 place. The 16s place. The 32. 64. 128. 256. 512. 1024. 2048. 4096. 8192. I forgot this one, but I think it's 16,384. Okay. I was back to my elementary school days of memorizing powers of 2. Good to see I so remembered it. Trust but verify. Okay, now we have that. If I type in the number 6, then I want these two tabulations combined. The 6 would be the F plus G. In this particular case, our numbers should be actually reading from left to right, I think, be the correct way. Perhaps we should sort it the other way. 16,000 over here, ending on 1 over here. So forgive me, but that's how we're going to do it. Well, should we do it that way? I think so. Let's go ahead and do it that way. That way I can just get the numbers off. All right, 16. Going to go the other way. 8192. 4096. 2048. 1024. 512. 256. 128. 64. Thinking. Oh, yeah, so we're going backwards. 32. I was like, I'm like, what? That doesn't make sense. And 16. 8. 4. 2. 1. So now what we're going to do, create a little control panel. Combo 1. Combo 2. Okay. I'm going to put in a random number, 34, 78, binary. We want deck to binary. This number and this number. How many places do we want this? 1, 2. Well, did we put 15 or we put 14? Or we put 16? I think we do 16. I don't know if it goes that far. Ah, rats. All right, we'll have to do it ourselves. I know there's a simple formula for that. I'm just trying to think what it is. I'd have to go dig it up from the old engine. I can't remember it. Um, well, what we could do is treat them as. Can we get 9? If we can do. Can we get 9? We can get 9. So we can treat the first 3 then as 9 and the last as 6-digit combo. So this would be combo 1-1. Okay, combo 1-2. I'm really not in the mood for figuring out that formula right now. Combo 1-1, combo 1-2. Okay, and then we're going to do combo 2-1, combo 2-2. Okay. So what we're going to do instead is keep these up to 32, but we're going to start again. 1. Remember, we're not actually doing, well, actually we are, but it should be fine. As long as we remain physically aware that we're doing 2 different combinations as one string. Okay. Very important. $64, 28, 256. So if we're going to do it this way, and I suspect it's going to be Elizabeth Warren down to Biden, Perhaps it would be better to move the Elizabeth Warren columns here. So let's do that. It's going to rewrite our indexes until we get it right. So then let's make this then its own combo. Okay. Same way, let's do 256, 128, 64. Then we can simplify it further. 1, 2, not letting me type. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. Then we're going to do the same thing here. And then we can treat the third party, the other, that's what we want to call it, individually with its own combo number. 8, 421, 421. So then what we'll do here, this will be combo 1, 3. This actually gives us more control. I actually like it this way. Sometimes it's a blessing in disguise, right? Then do down here, combo 2, 1, combo 2, 2, combo 2, 3. And then what will pop out here is the deck to binary. Okay. Oh, something's at my door. Continue. All right, so deck to binary. All right, so what we want to do is apply that. The way we do this, okay, we're going to do this starting in the BA column. We don't really care about this per se. It's not the goal. This would be use mid. We're going to extract, okay, this text string 1 1, okay. Well, is there a smarter way we can do this? There is a smarter way we can do this, okay. So we'll deal with this, okay. We're going to deal with this very nearby, okay. We're going to do I think we went out to 6 digits, correct? Did 3 digits for the other one. Assume mid. The text will not change. I'm going to put that in money signs, okay? Start will be 1. Always be 1. Number of characters. What we're going to do is the start will be this number here. AB1. Then when we get here, what we're going to do is change that to 22, okay? And we're going to change this one to 23. So this gives us our first combination we're checking. We're going to do the same thing for 24, 25, 26. We'll take this, start with 24, drop it down, 25, drop it down, finally 26. I'm going to drop that down. And I think for the last two, the only problem was that this is only a 3-digit combo. So we're going to change this, okay, to 3 places. That's interesting, isn't it? This should be 6. This should be 6. This should be 3. Go fix the numbers in a second. This will be 6. This will be 6. This will be 3. Put a number like 2, 4. And then 6-digit numbers can't go beyond 64. Okay. So we'll put in like 48, 22. It's hypothetical numbers for a second. 14, 31. Should have our combinations right here. Okay. We're going to do now is write these, okay, as I'm going to transpose, okay? So we need to turn this. We don't want it to be a text string. We want this to be a number. So we're going to put value like so. Same thing here. Value. Oh, something went wrong. Value. Okay. And value. Values are written as 21, 22, 23. Do the same thing here. Value. Drop it down. Value. Drop it down. Finally, value. Down. Now for our first string, okay, going to write transpose from here to here. Then over here, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go all the way to CA. We don't have any conflicting things by accident. Transpose here, here. Okay. What we're going to do now is take this information. I'm going to start setting my column widths and stuff. So just take everything, put it in nice looking font, set everything to size 8. Oh, and center everything. Come over here now. I'm going to set all my column widths to 0.65. All my row heights to 1.6. We have some nice golden ratio dimensions here. Now all we have to do is write this is equal to whatever Biden's tabulation is here times this top number here. So since we're enabling all of these tabulations, and I don't think that's correct, it is 99. And I should see a 7 and a 1. Very good. Now we're going to take this, we're going to drop this down the whole precinct list. I don't know how many precincts there are. Check a quick look. So we have 579 precincts. Let's keep going until we get all zeros. Okay, pretty sure that's where we stop. This is a yellow line. Let's stop. We're going to apply the exact same formula here. This will be times CA, difference. Same thing, all the way down to the yellow line. Good. I'm going to take these. We're going to compress these to 0.4. I have a color coding scheme that helps me Remember what type of information is what. This is just like brute force information, pretty much. Okay. Opposite of yellow is purple. Right. Uh, so now what we would want is the sum. Okay, that's why we had to do everything in value. So now we would do I think we just do a sum, right? Sum from BA2 to BO2. This was the goal of what we just did. Do the same thing over here. CA to CO. I'm going to take this just so I can see it. Okay. So make sure I don't have any topologies. If I could just see it physically, that'll help a lot. Put it right here. So for instance, because I just put the numbers in randomly, you don't want to have a 1 here and a 1 here, because that means you're actually combining the same data twice. Okay. So we never want to have a situation where we see 1 appearing simultaneously in the same row. All right, so let's say we wanted to do just Biden advance versus Bernie advance, right? So if we were to do that, we would type in, well, I'll have to isolate the column sums in a second. A little bit more work. We're going to start with 0, 0, 0. So we go, okay, well, Biden advance is the number. I'm going to inflate these a little bit so we can see them. I'm going to put this out to just out to 1. That was a little too much. Let's leave it. It's the main data. So we would put in 32, okay? And then over here, we would put in 32. And then we would have this against this, okay? Now that being said, that means we got to change our column sum. So in this case, it's still transposing AX. That's so stupid. All right, let's go fix that. Transpose. This is the one thing with spreadsheets. When you do any array function, they get like hard locked into them. It's so annoying. All right, let's put that there. And then we're going to put this here. So remember that array functions are rarely ever dynamic when it comes to moving cells around. Okay, so let's go put that in here to here. We didn't enter anything in combo 2. Okay. So what we want to do is now partition this in a way that we can understand it. This would be the first 6 digits. This would be the next 6 digits. Okay. These would be the last 3 digits. We're going to take this column sum and reduce it to BG. Okay. And the only thing we're going to have to play with manually is these sums. Other than that, the rest of this will be handled for us automatically. The rest of it, we want to have as much as we can automatic as possible. We're not swimming through data all day manually. But this part will probably always have to be manual. So this will be sum BH2 to BM2. Okay. Then we would have sum 3. This would be the other column. Sum BN2 to BP2. Okay. Take this, copy, go over here. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 would take this here. So now if we want to do a comparison, okay, we want to do Biden's advance vote and Bernie's advance vote and get Biden's percentage of that. We put 32-32. And then we want to compare that against the mail-in. We're going to put in 16-16. Okay. So now this is where we get XY alpha. Okay. I'll insert a column in a second because I actually wanted to match the thing. So we would do sum 1, this is the advance vote, divided by the sum of those two advance votes. Okay. That would give us Biden's percentage there. And over here, we're going to do the same thing. This would be Biden's mail-in vote divided by Biden plus Bernie's mail-in vote. That. And the aggregate would be both of Biden's votes, sum 1 plus sum 1 on the other side, divided by the sum of both sum 1s and sum 2s. Okay. Would give us that share there. And then we would drop this down and happily live ever after. So you know me and my color coding, so I can't forget what's happening. Okay. We're going to deal with the aggregate here. Now we're just going to take this formula. If, then we're going to give them both 50% and nothing if there's no votes. Otherwise, the formula. Okay. I'm going to write if the denominator equal to 0. Okay. Then give both candidates 50% and nothing. So we're going to have to divide by 0 errors everywhere. We're going to do the same thing here. If, then 50%. Otherwise, the formula. We're going to write if this denominator 0, blah. And finally, same thing here. If, blah, 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 wrong. Take this again. Extract if, then 0.5, otherwise formula. Again, we're just going for the denominator. So we use 50% in this case because it's the limit of the candidate percentages if they both have the same number of votes. So Bernie and Biden both had 10 votes, they get 50%. They both had 5 votes, they both get 50%. They both had 1 vote, they get 50%. So if they both have 0 votes, we use the limit of 50% in that case. Okay, so now let's go reset those. That in mind. That. Okay. Actually, I think we'll keep it in decimal for now, so we don't have to play games, set of percentages. So let's just go get a look at this as an example. I don't think anything amazing is going to happen here, but it's just an example of how we're going to use this combination calculator to assist us where it can, what the hell? So all these 50% you see, that's the result of our limiting algorithm, where nobody had any votes. Okay. So that's an artifact of our own data analysis. Keep that in mind. But that being said, other than that, I'm surprised that this looks the way it does. So these are not us. Okay, that's the actual data. And bear in mind that some of these things at 50%, okay, they still have overall aggregate votes for them, right? So it's not like it's sitting at 50% and then sitting at 100% up in space for Biden. That's why we use the limiting. But this straight line you see here at 2/3, that's not us. That's the actual data. And I have to say that this looks a bit weird. So let's make sure we're checking the right data here. Looks too weird even for me. So BQ2 divided by BQBR. Right, so we got 100% of the vote, right? Gotta make sure there's no bug. There's probably a bug in here somewhere. So we've got to be careful. BQBR was BQ over BQ plus BR. Oh, okay. So he's going to get an actual percentage. Okay. Then it's in the other case where he should get 100%, right? Let's check that. So then this would be CQ, CR, CQ2 divided by CQ plus CR. So that's correct. There's no bug there. Check our aggregate. Maybe that was wrong. So it says if BQ, BR, CQ, CR sum to 0, then 50%. Otherwise, BQ-CQ, which is Biden divided by BQ-BR, CQ-CR, BQ-BR, CQ-CR, that would be the aggregate. And we are only doing the advanced vote against the mail-in vote. So let's go get a zeta on that, just to make sure there isn't something super trivial happening here. Okay. It could be a convergence argument that's causing that funny picture, which means it's fair and natural. Let's go take a look. We want the sum of mail-in ballots divided by the sum of the early ballots. Okay. Just sorted from least to greatest. Let's take a look at the reciprocal then. Okay. Reciprocal will probably get us a better idea. We can either invert these, or I would rather have the original form. Whoa! What the hell is that? Okay, 1 divided by that. Okay. Okay, so we have to do, what we're going to do then, bring it back to the original. We're going to write it as BQ. We're going to do reciprocal zeta directly then. What we want to do is, if this denominator is equal to 0, okay, then we're just going to put the average value of zeta just to save our calculations, okay, for 10,000 or something. So let's do average. Well, I guess we'll never get an average. All right, let's go get the true average then. Pop that in. Sort ascending. 0. Okay. Average is 11. Wonder if these outliers here are influencing that. So let's just delete everything from 29 to 30. Yeah, okay. Average is 9. So we're going to go with 9.12. Okay. Just how we resolve divide by 0. So this equals if blah, blah, blah. It's going to put in 9.12. Okay. Otherwise, the whole formula. If this denominator is 0, that, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that. All right. So now that we have that, let's see what the average value of zeta is. Never seen Libre so slow to make a chart. It's going to sort it. And we're just going to get rid of some of these crazy values at the end again, in the 90s. Cut it off at 29. So overall, the proportion is quite high. Okay. So would we be expecting this picture? Probably. Okay. So this picture is not problematic. Okay. It's kind of what we would expect. Okay, so now let's see what I really think happened. That was just a sample, though, just to make sure our thing is working. So what we're going to do now is see what I really think happened. We're going to plug in Biden and Warren against Bernie and Bloomberg, okay? So 32 plus 4 is 36. And then we want 16 and 2, which that's going to be 18. Oh, we put this here. And let's go take a look at what this looks like, okay? And let's want to sort from least to greatest here. Also make sure the engine is still working. Okay, so let's go plot this. See what happens. Okay. See where Bernie did the best. Compared to Biden. Did Bernie outperform Biden in any category? All right, give me a few minutes. I'm gonna eat my dinner real quick.
Battle
Alright, so let's
cruiser
take a look.
operational.
Just thinking about it. What we're going to do is expand our manual sums over here. Okay. Throw down lambda here. This would be equal to Biden plus these guys. It says BRCS2, right? Okay, I'm going to take this. It's going to change that to CS. Same formula. So you know what it's time for. It's time to throw them all up. All the possible combinations you can do this in. So is this part we can automate by hand, or do we have to individually fix every column? That'd be so annoying. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to put input over here. Input 1. Input 1. Well, input 1, 1. Input 1, 2. So then I could do it all off of these. This would be annoying as hell. I need to have as much of this manual as possible, automated as possible. In this case, we're going to say input 1 is just sum 1. That way I can just fix the input part. This would be sum 1. This would be sum 2. Be sum 2. We can write this as the inputs. Now, do we want to make this? I think we should do it like this. We're going to do BC to BE. We have all the components, okay? Then we're going to do BF to BH. This will be BI, BK. Five. This will be BL to BN. Okay. And then what we're going to calculate with is input 1 and 2. That's what I'm going to have to set manually. And the rest of it takes care of itself. Otherwise, we're going to be here forever. All right, so let's go reset these, okay? So this says you want this to be not BR and BT, but BWBX. You want this to be CYCZ. This to be BW, BX, CY, CZ, BW, CY, BW, BX, CY. Make sure it's CZ. Yeah, okay, CZ. This one will change to CZ. CY. BZ. BW. BX. Over CY, CZ. Why are these why are the letters? This should be CE, okay. We just want to bring these back because I want to have them the same letters here. It's confusing the hell out of me. I just want to get these on BA. It's going to insert columns. What he's talking about. Son of a bitch. Okay, it's BA. I want to get this, okay? CA. Very good. That way I'm not reading like 30 different letters. So I just want BU, CU, and BB and CB. Let's go see if that makes sense. BU, BV, see? Now I can catch a typo. BU. CU, CB, CU, CB. BU, CU, BU, CU, UV, 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 CU, CV, BUV over CU, CV. Very good. We're just going to make our dummy number equal to 10, okay? So if it's 7 infinity, it just writes the number 10. It's high enough. Okay, so now we have that. Let's go get G and H, okay? Now G be the hybrid cross matrix relationship, those columns. And you now make that BU plus CV over BU plus CV. I don't even have to look. I already know that's true. Okay. Drop that down. This one is EV plus CU. Let's write it coherent. Let's write it as CU plus BV. CU, CV. Or CU plus BV. Okay. Aggregate formula doesn't change. This does, however. So now this B BU BV. Okay. Gamma B, doing the reciprocal relationship. This will be BU BV over CU CV. We want BVCU. And here we want BU CV. The BU CV equals 0, then whatever. Then otherwise BU plus one BU CV over CU BV. Okay. Drop it. M last cross matrix relationship. Honestly, I think opposition relationships would be really powerful in a primary. So I'm curious to see what happens here. So this would be, this one I actually really have to look at. This would be BU, CU. Okay. If BU plus CU, otherwise BU, CU. And then the other one would be all U's replaced with V's. So if BV, CV, then BV, BV, CV, Mega transfers over. Lambda transfers over. Now the arbiter, this would be, in this case, since we're doing reciprocal relationships, we're doing U to V. Okay. To DU. Otherwise, DU CU, CV VV. Okay. The only thing I got to do is change these. So I guess I'm going to do now. Now that we're done writing the code, put them right here. APAQ. Actually, no, I'm actually gonna need to be able to see them when I reset them over here. Let's leave them that way for now. I don't mind having them redo. Okay, so now let's go check a few things. So let's check Biden against everybody. The first thing I want to do. So I want to do Biden advanced. Okay. Against everybody advanced. So we're going to put in 36. I'm going to put in 36 as well here. And we're going to even put in the number 4 here. I want their advanced votes. I should see all the advanced columns lighting up. Okay. Now, we want to see everybody's mail-in votes. That's 18, 18, 2. We're going to go with our inputs over here. Okay. That's just BP. Okay. This is equal to, well, sum BQ2 to BT2. We're going to do the same thing over here. These are all the mail-in columns. This is only Biden, CP2. Now we're going to go CQ to CT. Everybody else's mail-in vote combined. CQ2 to CT2. Okay. Remember, our percentages are operating on these 4 columns, VU, CV. Okay. Now, let's go see. Let's see what happens now. Now I'm really curious. Also, how did that turn out to be 50%? Is there a bug in the code? It's hard for me to believe. It's actually legit. Okay. Weird. All right. Let's go take a look. Go take a look. Now that we have the right system in place, see what X versus Y looks like. Let's get an idea. What was the average value of zeta? Let's find out real quick. Zeta is very high. Okay, let's take a look at G and H. I'm going to go for the lowest hanging fruit. All right. Cloudy as can be. So far, it's looking like a good election, which is good. I would like a database of a clean election. Let's do MN arbiter over here real quick. Yeah, that shouldn't actually look that terrible. That actually looks really bad. So we've ruled out the lowest hanging fruit. What do we want to do next? I think what we do next, we pull up our combinatorial calculator. We just start plugging this shit in. Well, let's look at a couple of other things before we do that, like Y alpha lambda. You never know. I've seen this before. Let's check out the equivalent on this side. The alpha omega. Philadelphia combo. Okay. And check this one. That's hyperbolic reflection. Okay. Let's check out all the final combos. Nope. Okay. If they ever bring an election this way, it would be really hard to explain to the public. So let's hope this one doesn't. This one doesn't give us a result. All right, good. This would be the hardest one to explain to the public. It'd be almost impossible. All right, so let's go check election day. Everything against election day. Because according to this, election day is the beefiest vote here. So let's do let's activate 32 plus 16 plus 4 plus 2. So let's do 54, 54, and 6. And then we want to activate all the election day combinations. So that's 8 plus, okay, 9, 9, 1. Like I said, notice that we never want to have a 1 in the same row here. Otherwise, we're going to have tautologies. So right now, this should be everybody's vote. Okay. And both the mail and the advance vote against all the election day votes. Let's go see what happens. Let's go see what our zeta is. I think zeta is we want to flip zeta here. Okay, so we want this to be C to B. I'm going to go change that over here. And over here, we want to do the same thing. Instead of BC, we're going to switch every letter here. Okay. We want this to be C, E, B, B, C, D. If CU plus VV, should be the other way. If it's, oh no, CU, okay, that's correct. Is it? We want it the other way. We want this as BU CV. We actually had it right. BU CV. Now this has to be CU to BV. Okay. BC, BC. Right, so here we want to do we want to do the V's on top. We want to do these. Okay, so we're going to do BV here, CU here. We're going to have the U's on the bottom, the V's on top. Okay. Let's go get a look. Now that's too flat for me. Reveal yourself. I know what you are. I know what you are. Getting flatter. The MN orbit. Ma. Ma. Yeah. The MN cross. All right, we're gonna get our combination calculator going. This far here. Well, didn't mean to do that. So we have everything listed here. But we still need more power. So let's go and open up. A permutation calculator here. Actually, we even have a better version on our fair election generator, I think. No, we don't. We do in the Google Doc. Let's go do that. Let's go bring this over. Oh, it's not going to import, dude. Okay, so what can we do? This does work, right? Let's import this over. At least I can just, all I have to do is type in numbers at that point. Okay. This garbage is. This garbage is. You know what this is. Now, it's over. And two is we're going to plug in our combination integer 1, 2, 3, 4. That, 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 and that. Oh, what did I do wrong? Okay. Make sure our numbers match the numbers we have in our spreadsheet. I should see 50, 48, 49. I see 50, 48, 49. Let's do a permutation 2. I should see 34, 64, 49. 34, 64, 49. Let's check the opposition. 36, 34, 35. 36, 34, 35. Good. And now we're going to operate from here. All right, let's have at it, boys. Copy and paste our way to victory. Here we go. Bernie Sanders, what I do for you, baby. I don't even agree with you. All right, so I would say that this is stupidly flat, but we'll have to continue because it's not good enough. 2. I'm doing more for Bernie Sanders than any fucking liberal's ever done for Bernie Sanders. Can you imagine that shit? Oh. All right. 2. I'm going to close this. It's annoying. 3. We're going to find out what happened here. I'm going to tell you that right now. 4. Five. What we'll do with this is ignore the third party vote after this, or the other candidates. So anything with a 5 in it, I know I can ignore. Moving on. I'm going to go straight to combo 7. Oh! What's this? That's a sick way of doing things, I'll tell you that right now. YA Alpha? Ooh. Ooh. Okay. What else do we got? Only 3, 4, 5 would be the only combination with a 5 I would even bother looking at. I doubt it, though. Okay, next. Straight to permutation 2. On the hybrid. Combination 2. Combination 3. We can skip everything that looks like that. Go combination 4. You notice we've never seen a proportion before, other than Omega, ever make an impact on these types of graphs in the other states. Okay, now that is we're getting to like the twilight zone, but it's still too cloudy. Like you couldn't win a case with that with any of the things we've seen so far. And it could be that they're ignoring the the insignificant candidates in case we're going to check without them. Okay. Okay, moving on. That was an interesting one for sure. And definitely made me pause. Tell you that. Let's skip anything with a 5 in it. So let's go here. Seven. Not as clean as combo 7 in the hybrid. What would this be? The minor percentage to zeta to the cross aggregate. This would be an inequality, meaning they weren't trying to give Biden an exact number of votes. They were making sure he got less than some minimum boundary. That's how they did it. Which, if you set your minimum boundary correctly, might as well just be the boundary, right? Okay. But the other number 7 looked much better. Let's just take a quick look at number 10. This would be the absolute worst case scenario that I would hope they never do it in. Good. I always love to see that one fail. I don't know how to ever explain that one to the public. All right, so let's go look at the hybrid permutation 2, 7. So what are the parameters here? So the in this case, we would have an exact aggregate for Biden. That would be the y-axis, the aggregate percentage. We would have the proportion of mail-in to early ballot, the proportion of election day to the combination of early and mail-in ballots. And we would have Biden's share of that first percentage. So now, what we need to do here is, does this provide too much predictive power? That's the question. Let's go traces. Somebody was just blowing me up on YouTube. They wanted me to see something. What was the comment? I didn't delete my YouTube videos. Yeah, YouTube fucking made half of them unsearchable. I don't know what to fucking say. What do you want me to do? Last I checked, all my videos that are still compliant with YouTube's code, though, are here. For the Democrat primaries aren't part of the election integrity thing policy, so they're still here. I don't know what else to say. All right, moving along. Look, I can't even see my own fucking videos. Moving along. Um, I don't know if this one here provides. It has curvature. That's part of the problem. But other than the curvature, I don't see it being that difficult. We'd also have to rotate this around. I mean, it's providing a lot of predictive power. Like, don't get me wrong. That's a lot of power. So we'd have to what? Get there. Let's get a couple dummy coordinates here so we can see what's going on. If I did 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, what does that look like? Ooh. All right, so what we would have to do to get this. So do we want to look at it as alpha and omega are the inputs and H is an output? We want to do? Let's do that. Let's do F, G, and then this is their output. All right, so what we would have to do to get this equation? think we want to just take it, look, rotate it so it looks like this. No, that won't suffice. We're going to have to rotate it down and then rotate it this way. And then we should get a laser beam relationship through this surface. That's what we'll do. We're going to take it this way. I have to, which way? We have to rotate it first over the x-axis. Well, we could do it like this, right? And once we have it facing us, we can then rotate it over the y-axis until we get this. That is one way we could possibly accomplish this. That's what we're going to do. We're going to rotate it this way. Then we're going to rotate it over the y-axis, and we're going to read the equation of that curve in terms of sine and cosine. All right, so give me a few minutes. I'm going to make some coffee. I was just talking to the
Battle cruiser operational.
There's two types of people that might come into the chat. Okay, there's real liberals who don't disagree with, who don't agree with us and hate me and want to say bad things. That's okay, but I would prefer that they're here than they're not. But there's also the actual trolls. So I'll leave you and Jim to figure out who are the actual trolls and the bots, basically, the astroturfers, and who are the people on the other side of the aisle that we don't agree with. So if you think they're just somebody on the other side of the aisle that we don't agree with, just leave them alone. They can talk shit all day, okay? But if somebody is in here spamming 1,000 trillion different links and whatever, then yeah, like, get them out of here. All right, I'll be right back.
Battle cruiser operational.
So, that being said, let's take one more look at this. Now, could this be how elections naturally look? Some way? I don't know. I don't think so. You guys saw all the other graphs. There are scatter plots, dots all over the place. Why isn't this one, right? All right, so let's go see. And if we rotate this, I think we should be able to crack what this is. Let's go bring it in. And I understand this formula better from the perspective of 1 minus h, because I know what the formula is. So the general parametric equation with the election is fair or unfair, okay, for this type of a setup is y, 1 minus y is equal to zeta plus 1 times lambda minus zeta plus zeta minus zeta plus 1 times the aggregate over 2 zeta. In the hybrid, that just converts to 1 minus h is equal to gamma plus 1 times omega plus gamma minus gamma plus 1 times the aggregate, that still stays, over 2 gamma. Now, what this arc is telling us, okay, with no noise, the surface, is that we're able to solve for 1 minus h without ever knowing what gamma is. It's allowing us to solve the election with insufficient information. So we're going to go take a look at it. So I'm just going to write 1 minus h here. I'm going to go plug that in. If you ask me, 1 minus h is looking pretty solid over here. Let me go bring back h so I can be sure I'm not doing something that's fake news here. It does seem like quite a disparity between them. I wouldn't have thought it would be that much of a difference. Just looking for any nuances in it before we get started. Let's put this in orthographic real quick. And it doesn't miss a single precinct. So it's going to be a nasty equation. It's going to be cubic, okay? With a double rotation. It's not going to be a pretty solution, but there is a solution. See if we have to really rotate it that many times. So if this was at 45 degrees, right? So we're looking straight at it right now. We're looking at the plane YZ, okay? Now we're looking at XZ. We have to do one of these. We got to turn it like that. So we're looking at this entity. I'd rather look at it from this direction. Well, let's go bring it over to the rotator. All right, recent documents. Open that up. All right, so we're going to put as our argument here alpha and omega. And we're going to put H, 1 minus H, okay? Okay. Okay, we're going to start everything at 0. So right now, the X Z plane has this shape. See here, it's the same image. So we want to take this, we want to turn it like so. So we get this shape here. Then we can do that. So we want to get it at around, I'd say, before we do this, okay, we're going to want to turn it about negative 60 degrees. Or maybe it's positive 60. Okay. See what I have here. We're just going to figure out, we're going to brute force what this is supposed to be. Okay. So let's do structure, traces. Let's get another one going. J, K, L, style, traces. Bring that down. So the goal is to get the blue is the original before rotation. Okay. We're aiming for that shape there. So I think I went too far. So we'll do it at 45. I definitely have to go further. I think we want to go, we'll try halfway. Then we're going to fine tune it from there with the R squared values. So we'll do 52.5 degrees. Oh, let's have the eyeball it. Put this at 45 and just build our way to it. Here. Okay, so we're gonna go. So we're gonna go 60 degrees, but now what we're gonna start doing is rotating it over the other axis. So looking at it straight like this, that's the picture we have, right? We're going to bring her up. So we're going to go over the y-axis. Or we're going over the x. Be rotating around the x-axis. Okay, so we're going to do a YZ rotation here. What I'm going to do is set this to automatic. The way I know I'm not just seeing ghosts here, okay? Okay. And we want this to tighten up to a point where we can read it as a straight line, okay? So I think I went too far there. What we're going to do is I suspect this is a cubic, okay? What we're going to try and do is we're going to eyeball a little bit more, okay? And then we're going to fine tune it with R squared values. Right now, the cubic is giving me a 98%, but 98% isn't good enough for me. What we're going to do now is just see how we can do better. So I don't need the other data anymore. So what I'm going to do is just disable trace 0. Okay. What I want to do now is going to use our brain looking at the surface to figure out, should we go up? Okay, should we go down, left, right? Your pitch and roll is what we're trying to figure out here, okay? Your pitch and roll. So looking at it dead on, this is the picture we have. Can we do better? I think we can. So I'm going to close the Dallas Democrat primary for a moment. I just want to be able to pop the screen open real quick. Okay. So the picture I'm being given is this. Let's just go type in it again. And I think we can do much better than that. How about we went further? So we'd have to take this, okay? We'd have to go further in this direction, then down a little bit. So that's telling us to rotate it. It's telling us to continue rotating. See? It's agreed. It's disagreeing heavily. Okay. It's telling us that this is the sweet spot. It's looking from the back. We do have a couple of options available here. Okay. Should be able to take this, okay, turn it back like this. I mean to go forward more. So I'm not sure if I agree with the R squared with the calculator right now. Could be right though. About 59. Doesn't like going backwards either. I don't know if that's. I don't think this would be the true equation though, because I think there's a second line of curvature, second way it's being curved. Maybe we should be trying to read it this way. Perhaps this would be stronger than this way, because this way clearly has an arc. This would not be giving us what we want. We want to read it this way. So let's reset everything to 0, 0, 0 and try to figure out how it goes that way. This is an annoying process, but we have to do it. That's not going to give us information. That's going to give us an estimate, but not the correct answer. Our goal is to read this, okay, this way. That's the way we want to read it. So we got the wrong angle on that. Let's try again. If this is the x-plane, perhaps that's all we have to do. You just have to rotate it over the x-axis, up, like this, and then just a little twist or return here. Let's go ahead and give that idea a shot. Okay. So we want to do up. Okay, just like that. I don't know if we go up or down when it comes to positive or negative, but I guess we'll figure out in a second. It's definitely negative, so we're just going to write this equals 0 minus my increment. There we go. Making more sense to me. All right, so now I'm going to put this again also back to, I'll put everything on automatic. I don't know why it's giving me such a big thing here. Anyway, let's keep going. And once that R squared value starts dropping, Oh god, this is 100% predicted at this point. Okay, r squared value drop. Okay. We're going to hit this now. So it's saying that do not rotate that way. It's saying if there's any rotation prior on the xy axis, then it's equal to 0 minus whatever I put here. So then let's go do that. No, it's not. Okay, let's go ahead and put this in. Remember, rotation is not commutative. So it could be that we have to rotate it first, okay? And over the x-axis. And then we do something like this. Rotation is not a commutative thing. Okay? So when I have it like this in front of me, I wonder, does any sort of movement, left or right, increase the quality of this picture? That is what I wonder. It's saved here. I just suspect that we can then take this, as we have in front of us, just tilt her a bit so it's bearing right down. Whatever little angle I'm facing at is the angle I would like to do it at. Because right now we're here, but we could get this, right? So we're going to have to do the YZ rotation first, okay? Then we want to do the XY rotation second. So for right now, we have to make something that I've dreaded baking for a long time, but we finally have to do it. It's the first time it's come up. I actually have to do it. And what this is going to tell us is the rotation order. So if I had 1 in, then we would do X, Y, and then Y, Z, and then ZX. So there's 6 different orders, okay? We can call this 1, 2, 3, or we can do 1, 3, 2, or you do 2, 3, 1, or 3, 2, 1. Or 1, 3, 2, or 3, 1, 2. So in this case, we want to do 2, 1, 3. So if I were to make a list, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, 2. So every combination that starts with a 1. And we could do 2, 1, 3, 2, 3, 1, or we could do 3, 1, 2, or 3, 2, 1. The combination we want to do right now is 2, 1, 3. Okay. I've never done this before, so I'm going to save this before I do it. I understand what has to be done. We want to apply this first, okay? So we would say I'm going to do it right here. Save that just in case I fuck up real. So if I'm going to put an or equals 1 or A31 equals 2. Okay. This will help me figure out what's going to happen here. Then U, otherwise, if it's equal to 3 or 4, then V, otherwise, if equals 5 or 6, then W. Okay. Now, same code, but this would be if it's equal to 1 or 6. Then we put a V. Well, let's just keep it the same way. U. This would be if it's equal to 3 or 5. For V, it will be 1 or 6. And for W, it will be 2 or 4. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Very good. Okay. I think I'm going to write this by hand. Okay. If equals 1, then times cosine minus E2 times sine. Otherwise, if equals to if it equals 2, I'm going to do d2 times C17 plus F2 times C18 otherwise if equals 3, there's no such thing. Same thing as doing, well, we should just add it in case we want to do it that way. What does that look like? This is a YX rotation. So it says to do cosine sine, then negative sine cosine. That one is, it's not commutative or like, but it is sort of like an identity type thing with YX, with XY. Yeah, we'll just write it. Just fuck it. So cosine the sine. So we just have to add. All right, so then let's rebuild all this bullshit. Okay. So we're going to do, well, let me get the basic idea there. We're going to make this XY. Okay. We're going to make this XZ. Yeah, we're gonna rebuild this whole thing. Fuck this shit. I understand what we have to do. We're gonna do this. That way I can rotate it forever. Then we're gonna do that, then that. 3, 4, 5. Okay, got you. Now we could rotate forever. We could do 1,000,000,000 rotations. We're gonna make it so we can rotate until the cows come home. Okay. All right. So this would be x, y. This would be x, z. The next will be y, x. Then we're going to do y, z. Last one will be z, y, and then z, x. Okay. So right now I assume 3 rotations is the most we would add. Okay. It's going to go here, our little black box. Okay. If I put in combination 1, 2, 3, then things are going to happen, right? If I wanted to do XY rotation, then followed by a YZ rotation, I would put in 4, okay? Then followed by a XZ rotation, okay? Then I would put in a 2, okay? All right, so let's go do this again. So far, this is what it should be saying. Okay. So let's delete all this garbage. So normally we would want UBW. That's how we're going to write it. Okay. So UBW, Z is 3. This is the original XYZ. Then, if equals 1, then I'm just going to write this as XYZ for 2 seconds, okay? So I'm not like tripping. Okay, XYZ. Now it says if that equals 1, and this is equal to D2 times the cosine plus E2 times the sine, okay? Otherwise, if it's equal to 2, we're going to do an XZ rotation. So it said to do cosine minus sine, sine cosine. Okay. Should also say minus. And then this one says to do if A26 equals 2, we're going to do x times this cosine minus z times this sine. Otherwise, if it's equal to 3, then Oh, this one's weird. All right, so this is the YX one. Okay. So I see YX here. So it has to do cosine plus the sine. Okay. So this says to do this times plus this times the sine. Okay. Otherwise, if is equal to 4, and this one actually gets left alone. It's whatever x is. Otherwise, if it's equal to 5, then going to do cosine to sine plus times, okay, otherwise if it's equal to 6, I think we leave it alone, correct? Yes. Okay. Okay. And then we'll put help, meaning something's really wrong. That happens. Okay. Well, that seemed to sum it up. Next, we got to do this one. So if it's equal to 1, then the v coordinate will be equal to the cosine plus the sine plus the cosine. All right, that one I could figure out. If it's equal to 2, then we're going to leave it alone. If it's equal to 3, we're going to do negative sine to positive cosine. This would be negative C11, C10. If it's equal to 4, this is a YZ rotation. Right in front of me, we're going to do cosine to negative sine. Okay, so we're going to write in Y cosine minus, pretty sure, yeah, minus f times sine. Okay. If it's equal to 5, because we're going to leave it alone. And if it's equal to 6, we're going to do a zy. That's probably down here somewhere. So it says to do positive, positive, cosine, sine. So y times, okay, plus z times sine. Gotta change that to zx. See why the label is wrong. So, right, finally, we have this. So if 1, and leave it alone, it's equal to 2. Then we're going to do sine plus cosine to be x times sine plus z times cosine. It's equal to 3. We're going to leave it alone. If it's equal to 4, we're going to do the other way around. If it's equal to 5, we're going to do negative sine plus cosine. We'll do x times sine plus z times cosine. Put a negative here. And if it's equal to 6, three, 2, 1. This would be zy. We'll do negative sine, positive cosine. Put negative here. 19 here, plus 18. Go ahead and drop it down like that. We're going to start doing now, okay? This shit no longer matters. I'm going to do this. I'm going to write U1, U2, U3. Okay? What's going to happen is there's going to be a chain reaction off of these, okay? Be V1, W1. Okay. I no longer care about this. We can delete that. We can delete it, but not that hard. Let's do that. Then bounce these back. Do that in a second. Now we're going to write these, okay? Next one is going to be A27. That's the only difference, okay? It's here. And do we need to repeat this column? Or can we just run it right off of GHI? I think we do run it right off of GHI. Let's get rid of that garbage. U1, V1, W1. Okay? Now that's trash. Get rid of it. Put this here. This will be U2, V2, W2. All I'm going to do is change all of these to 27. Okay, and it's going to apply this against G, H, and I. Perfect. Drop it. Next, all the 27. It's the only change. Now we can rotate forever. Isn't that cool? We can do 500 rotations in a row. A27, 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 A27. All right, drop it. Next, A27, 27, A27, 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 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very good. Drop it again. And finally, I don't usually see myself doing more than 3 rotations, but if I had to, I can now do infinitely many rotations. So 28, 28, 28, 28, 28, 28. Let's check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very good. The 8, 28, 3, 4, 5, 6. Drop it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good. So what did we want to do with this data? We wanted to do y z first, correct? What was the screenshot we had? So we want to do yz first. So that's going to be combination I don't need this anymore. That's old news now. We're going to do combination number 4 first. Okay. I'm just going to set them both to combination number 1. The angle given to me is negative 40. I'm going to go pop that in. All right. At the moment, this is our result. Okay. So this is the new XY plane. Okay. This would be the new YZ plane. Then we want the new XZ plane, that one right there. Drop that off. Okay. Now the question is, are we able to do further rotation from here? Okay. So what I have in front of me suggests that we can probably do better. Okay. Delete all this stuff. I don't even know what it is. Just give me a new sheet, man. It's old news. ABC. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's bring that down a little bit. Give me something my eyes can see. Give me give me red. So looking at this at the normal camera angle, we're going to go to orthographic. Perspective should be cube. Okay. We're looking at this picture here from this angle. Well, we want to know, can we do better than what's being presented to us? So could we rotate it back more and up and down a little bit? It's basically all we're looking at. So let's first do so the next one we want to do is a XY rotation. Okay. So I'm just going to pop these in and see what happens. The end result. All we care about is the end result here. whatever comes out at the end. Make more decimal places later. Let's get a couple more decimal places there. All right, let's do x, y. See what happens. So it's definitely not in that direction. All right, this is equal to 0 minus whatever I put here. So the computer says not to do this. We're going to listen to its instructions. Let's see what it says about 40. It says not to touch that. So what does it want us to do? I know we can do better than this. Let's see. How about 39? 38? Computer disagrees with that as well. Try XZ. Doesn't like that. It likes that. Likes it a lot. It's a big fan of this. Doesn't like that. But it likes that. It likes 10 degrees. It thinks that's beautiful. All right, let's see what happens here now. Doesn't agree. Doesn't agree. All right, so we're going to set this to -40. We're going to put minus whatever I put over here, divided by 10. We want to get the best angle we can get. What the hell happened? Come on, man. -40. Now minus whatever I put here. So over 100. Says nope. Okay. So it's to plus. It says yes. Okay. Let's see how it interacts over here. So let's set this equal to -10. And let's do plus whatever I put over here, over 100. I can't see the decimals, so put it way out. Okay. Okay, it says no. Let's try to subtract. Okay, it's going up. Now what happens with these is I tend to complement each other if you increment them both around the same time. Basically zeroing in on the angle. That's what we're doing now. So I see that going backwards. No. Let's leave that right there. Let's fool around with this dial. Okay, it's going up. Went down. Went down. Went down. And that's as close as we can get. The numbers we have here are the numbers that are presented. Let's go plug these in. Okay. Now we're just going to do the most trivial part. So we have an active XY. Okay. We have Y. Okay. We have YZ into XY. We don't have an XZ. Do we? We do have an XZ. So we have YZ into XZ, but we don't have an XY. So now let's just see what happens. Says not to do that. Okay, we'll set this equal to 0 minus whatever I put here. And it says not to do that either. We have only 2 angles of rotation, which is how we know it's fabricated. Because if this was something natural, we would have 3 angles of rotation. All right, or no angles, either all 3 or none. Okay, I'm gonna make coffee. I'll be right back.
Battle cruiser operational.
All right. It's got off the phone. Just chill out for a moment. Well, at least the Bernie Sanders videos are still here. That's why we're on Bernie Sanders. So I'm just going to take a small break here while I'm eating a snack. And then we'll go crank out what this equation is with that 3D rotation. So not a problem, it's just that when we have two angles of rotation, things tend to get a little like we have a cubic, right? So it's saying that this vector W3 is a cubic function of the vector U3. That allows us to ignore the vector V3, which is good. That's really good. But U3 and V3 and W3 are still entangled with sine and cosine functions from the original x, y, z coordinates, or alpha, omega, and 1 minus h. So when we go to unravel that, it's not going to be it's not going to be a pretty looking equation. That's all I'm going to say. It's going to require quite a bit of it's going to require a lot of work. So that's all I'm going to say. So once I'm done playing this game and eating my snack, be prepared for a 1 to 2 hour ride as to how to disentangle this thing, because it's not going to be pretty. So I'm telling you. All right. Oh, I missed that. Is there a Mafia game open? Oh, all right. Let's do it. At least with the Mafia game, I can like sort of not pay attention. I don't have to have my eyes glued to the screen. So let's do. So I make. Let's figure out what this says. Okay, I'm just gonna say X, Y, Z for a moment. So what we have in front of us, okay, is we have a conversion from the original X, Y, Z coordinates, okay? And the first conversion is a 4, it's a YZ rotation. So this is going to transform to the original X coordinate will stay in place. Then the YZ rotation will be given by cosine and negative sine. Reading it right there. So this will go to, and we're going to, this will go to cosine y cosine theta minus z sine theta. This will go to y sine theta minus plus z cosine theta. Oh, good. I can really AFK. I'm the mass murderer. Okay, so now I can AFK the whole game and probably win. So now, well, we have that. Okay, that was what it said to do in number 4. We just want to check this. It says plus. Then we're going to take this set of coordinates, all right? We're going to replace this with n1, n2, n2, n1. So now we have x, y, n1 minus z, n2. Then we're going to have here, this will be yn2 plus zn1 I think there's a lot of racist names in that game. I might have to leave the game. Well, hopefully this guy dies. We'll just keep the screen away. So now he's going to die for using a racist name. So now we're going to take this and we have to convert this again with a XZ rotation. So the new Y coordinate is going to stay the same. But now this is going to be equal to, let's see how the game plays out. Hopefully the really racist dude is dead. Otherwise I have to quit the game because I'm on a live stream. I hope I got him on the first hit. And I have to hide his name. Oh. Oh my god. I actually have to leave the game because of this. I have to leave the game because I'm streaming. I am the mass murderer. This is not a roll quit. This is not a roll quit. Too much racist N-word. I do apologize. Well, I don't apologize. I have to leave the game because of it. At least I killed him. Thank you. I have to leave the game. can't have people screaming the N word. It's terrible. So we'll have to go play another game for now. People can't do that. All right. So now, um, have that. So now what we want to do is we want to convert the x coordinate here. Okay. We want to go to um I'm not used to reading it in this order. This is so foreign to me. An XZ rotation. So we're going to do cosine sine, correct? Is that what we do? So combo 2. It would be G2, I2. The GI, correct? So that would be negative. And then over here, we're going to do sine the positive cosine. This guy hasn't loaded yet. Unbelievable. So, okay, so I see what we have to do. So now this is going to go to, and we're going to write cosine of phi, okay, as n3, and sine of phi as n4. Then what we're going to do here, okay, the x coordinate becomes x n3 minus, in parentheses, y n2 plus z n1 all times n4, okay? Then the y coordinate stays the same. That doesn't change, okay? So that is given to us by yn1 zn2 Tarrant, Protoss, third. Right, 6. I just out microed a guy that had had literally twice as many stalkers. How does that happen? No amount of micro should let me win that unless he's AFK. This is a terrible formation, but it'll have to do for now. I can fix it out on the next wave. Okay. Like, that's an unacceptable formation. What just happened? How the how did we lose our cannon at the start of the game? Oh my god. Noobs, man. Oh, that makes up for it. At least we got our cannon back, thanks to me microwing like a god. Holy shit, dude. God almighty. Losing to idiots, man. This is so fucking crazy. I actually got a shield my disruptors. I didn't want to have to do that. I want those, yeah, I want those out there, man. Now that we're pushing. I might be able to guess now. He's actually pushing with ultras. This guy won't make immortals. Oh my god. Maybe we just gotta throw in a mothership here. Everything will be alright. That is, though, a lot of disruptors. I could get at this sentry here, guardian shield, that would help. I'll move this one here, put this one here. Still a lot of disruptors. Use another carrier. Oh, now. I should be able to crush this. Get on that Nexus. Get on that Nexus. Get on the Nexus. Get on the Nexus. Get on the Nexus. Stay on the Nexus. Don't move. Don't move. Get on the Nexus. Come on, come on, come on. Oh. I'm going to double up on my Immortals. I'm going to get that Nexus on the next go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yeah. All right. Back to Bernie Sanders. Give me a few minutes. All right, so tomorrow we're going to do Georgia real quick because that's in the lawsuit thingamajig over here. I can pull it off I can get the link for my other video real quick. This is why I can't discuss the 2020 general election. Okay, so you guys see it. We're following their policy, and we're only talking about the 2020 primaries. All right, so let's take a quick look. Let's just look at this document real quick from the courts. So I'll put this in chat here. It's a public document. It's not something I'm not allowed to share. Let's go ahead and put that in chat. Okay. And what we can see is that even though I'm not a defendant on the case, as much as I want to be, I literally sent the judge certified mail, okay, with thumb drives of Clark and Washoe counties in Nevada, saying I would like to be added as a defendant in Christina Bob's place, okay? But they mention my name like fucking 500 times in here, okay? Let's type Solomon. Like, it seems that it's just like, how can you sue Christina Bob for something that I said? I thought we had a First Amendment. I thought reporters are allowed to report what other people say. The Dominion should be suing me for defamation, allowing me to present my case to defend myself. So I'll gladly take Christina Bob's place. I offered it to the judge. It's if my neighbor tells my other neighbor something that I said about them, can neighbor B sue neighbor A for defamation? Was neighbor A told neighbor B what I said about neighbor B? Come on now. Sue me. I dare you. So we're going to do Georgia, okay? Tomorrow. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out these primaries in Texas, but they can wait another day. It's starting tomorrow. Because I need to be able to, I also want to show the judge how these claims came to be, because the video I'm talking about is in Georgia. Okay. Fulton County, Georgia. There you go. So we're just going to go tidy up Fulton tomorrow and all of Georgia, not just Fulton County. Okay. Now I'm going to send another certified mail thumb drive to the judge again. I'm just going to say, listen, when you take a bunch of precincts and you put them on a three-dimensional manifold and you entangle them to the same number, 3.69 in every precinct, you create a situation where you got a bunch of ratio collisions as an unintended consequence of that algorithm. That's why you had a bunch of repeating ratios. Over in Georgia, because they're all on a manifold. And every time you increase the county-wide aggregate by 1%, you cause a cascade of collisions. So basically, okay, I wanted you to see this in 3D parametric. I'm just going to do it like this real quick. We're just going to make the plane really easy. Okay, z equals x plus y over 2. Okay. from 100%, from 0 to 100%, okay? If you have a bunch of precincts, okay, that are reacting on the surface of this plane to a new natural input percentage, aka the election day vote, then they're going to be colliding with each other like two airplanes colliding with each other in 3D space. Like, what's the chance of two airplanes crashing into each other normally? Not very much in a fair election, okay? But when everything is bound to this very flat surface, well, then collisions between airplanes or precincts and their ratios is now very, very likely. Especially if you shift the county-wide aggregate. So what happens if, let's say you go shift the county-wide aggregate, right? Let's draw two planes here, the bounded. So let's just say they're all the precincts, okay, are smooth that up a little. Well, that's fine. We can deal with that. Maybe I can use a little more space on these. I do want to cut it off when it goes to negative y. Well, no, x should be bounded, right? I'll pretend there's nothing spilling over the edge in the negatives for a moment. I don't know how to fix that. So I'm going to create a little more distance between these. I'm going to give it 0.3 and 0.7. And we're going to add plus k, okay, to these. And start from k to 0 to k to 0.2. Do it in 25 steps, okay? Maybe we can go a little more. Let's do k to 0.5, okay? Do it in 50 steps. So if you start increasing the county-wide aggregate, okay, all the precincts that were previously, let me do this really, really slow, okay? I want you to be able to see it. It's going to be super slow animation, but it needs to be. And let me get one more plane in there. I'm going to get one plane that's really, really close, okay? So we're going to do 0, 0, 1, 1, negative x plus 0.35 plus k, okay? Let me get a little more space. I want you to be able to see it. So all the precincts that were previously on this plane, when you increase the aggregate, now transfer their ratio to this set of precincts, because this set of precincts now has to increase its aggregate, meaning now it gets the same percentages as these precincts before in the time series. So this is what creates all the ratio collisions. So the ratio collisions are an unintended consequence, okay, of handling an election in this manner. You basically force a metric fuck ton of ratio collisions by the very consequence of increasing the county aggregate to leverage Atlanta against the whole state of Georgia. Now, I'm not going to talk any more about that election because it's against the rules. I just wanted to show that to you because it's in a court document. Okay. So I'm going to write that to the judge. So the wheel is real. Okay. That's what I was observing. Now I know more. Now I know how it came to be. All right, back to the primaries over here. So let's look at this monster equation. Let's go write the z coordinate here. Okay. The z coordinate is going to be x n4 plus yn2 plus zn1 and 3. Because this is the sine and this is cosine phi. So now that we have that, okay, we have the form. This is W, this is V. Oh, sorry. This is U, this is V, and this is W. And it's saying right here that W is equal to C3 U cubed plus C2U squared plus C1U plus C null. What it says. Now, what does that actually say when we expand it out? That's why I said it's a nasty formula. We're going to be here for a good hour. We want to solve for H, okay? Remember, this was alpha. This was omega. I know it's 1 minus H. We're just going to write it as H. But I'm not writing 1 minus when it's a simple identity, okay? So now it says that W, which is X N4 plus Y N2 plus Z N1 N3 is equal to, get ready for it, C3 times xn3 minus y n2 plus z n1 n4 cubed. Okay, these things are not pretty. plus C2 xn3 minus yn2 plus zn1 n4 squared plus C1 xn3 minus y n2 plus z n1 n4 plus C naught. The next step is that we have to isolate H in a cubic equation. We don't have a choice. It sucks, but it's what we have to do. Otherwise, we can't solve it. Because right now, everything is entangled with y, with cosine and sine of theta and phi. You can't say I solved an election in terms of UVW, saying I can get Biden's percentage of the Democrat primary, H, with H entangled in the equation that you're solving with H for. That's called cheating. You're not allowed to do that. But thankfully, there's something called the cubic equation, which lets us isolate H. So let's write out the full form now. Okay? I'm going to replace these with their rightful titles. Alpha n4 plus omega n2 n3 plus h n1 n3 is equal to C3 alpha n3 minus omega n2 n4 minus h n1 n4 cubed. We'll let a calculator figure that out. Plus C2, okay, alpha n3 minus omega n2 n4 minus h n1 n4 squared. We're also going to let a computer figure that out. Plus C1 times alpha n3 minus omega n2 n4 minus h n1 n4 plus C naught. So we're going to let a calculator FOIL this part out because I'm not doing that by hand. I'm going to FOIL this out. That doesn't have to change. That is as is. Okay. And we're going to bring this over. We're going to solve for h. So we have to put 0 equals. Okay. I'm going to write the whole thing now. 0 equals C3 times Q plus C2 squared plus C1 plus C null minus alpha N4 minus omega N2 N3 minus HN1 N3. Then we isolate the powers of H and we solve it as a cubic. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to let a computer figure this part out because I am not doing that. So now let's do this. Multiply variables calculator. Okay, this is the best calculator for this horror. This is what we're going to do. We're going to plug it in here. I did as much as I need to do by hand. Okay. So now this says C3 plus C2 plus C1 and whatever I put in this box is going to be the same thing. So we're going to write alpha N3 I'm just going to write in X. I know what X is. So X, because I don't want to have to write other letters right now. X N3 minus Y N2 N4 minus H N1 N3 that's fake news. It's N4. Make sure that matches. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and type alpha. And I'm going to type omega. Does it know what to do? I hope it knows what to do. I'm afraid to use O, so I'm going to use Y, okay? I just got a bad feeling about that. Okay, we're just going to say what X, Y. Okay, I'm going to keep H, though, instead of Z. I know what X and Y are. I'm afraid they'll interpret O as 0. So we have Y N2 N4 minus H N1 N4. Okay. Cubed. Squared. We're going to drop this in. Drop that in. Okay. Plus C null. Minus X N4 minus Y N2 N3 minus H N1 N3. Okay. Put that in WordPad. Simplify. Didn't want to do it, so we're going to go to expand. Okay. Gotta be kidding. Okay. All right, so we're going to make do with whatever we have here. So let's go back to simplify. I mean, it's just spinning back what I wrote. That's so stupid. Let's do doesn't usually does this for me. I'll do it by hand if I have to, but I really don't want to. Like that would be really horrible. Like, come on, dude. Why can't it expand this? Only products and powers can be expanded. Yeah, that's what I'm writing. All right, we'll have to force its hand. Okay. And we'll deal with that after. Okay, expand this then. See if it does. Let's see if it can do it like this. I just want to see this written out. I can handle everything else. That is so annoying. Okay, let's do it. Expand it. Almighty paint, here I come. This is going to be really annoying. I can't believe it didn't just do it for me, dude. That is so annoying. That way I have the original. Okay. We'll deal with everything else later. So let's go back to the C3 version. And let's see if it was kind enough to make it readable. No, I might as well write it out by hand. So that's what I'm going to have to do now. So let's go write it out by hand. So we have, at least it did the hard part. 0 is equal to negative C3 n2 cubed n to the 4th cubed y cubed plus 3 C3 y squared. Oh yeah, hold on. Before we do this, make a second copy. I'm going to be crossing things out. All right, so I'm going to go in like a laser light here. 200%. So 0 is equal to negative C3. I can just get that a little closer. I already know it's 0. So it's C3 n2 cubed actually we should write it out with would this work, or would it be a pain? It'd probably be a pain in the ass to write it this way. Oh, let's do it again. Zero equals negative C3 n2 cubed n4 cubed y cubed plus 3 C3 y squared n2 squared n3 n4 squared x minus 3 c3 y squared h. Actually, wait. Did this expand it like dead ass? Was this able to expand the whole thing before I do this? This is going to take a long time. Will this have to... Maybe it's... If it wrote it as... Let's just see real quick. Wasn't there another thing that did this? Chinese remainder theorem calculator. Let's see if this website is able to do it. The decode one. Expand. Think it can handle it? I didn't even know how to interpret what I wrote. Oh, fuck, man. I think this calculator can handle it, but we'd have to write everything as a different variable. I don't even think that. Yeah, I don't think it has any idea like what I just wrote. Let's see. I bet this calculator can handle it. We just have to make it say it. We have to write it in its language. So let's just write for instance, let's replace this. Okay. Let's just see how it reads that. Yeah, it doesn't know what I'm writing. So we're gonna write M X I'm gonna write XC B D H A D. Let's see if it can handle that. doing okay. Plus n squared plus e plus q minus xd minus y bc minus HAC. All right, let it rip. So the first term, right, would be C3 minus N1 cubed, N4 cubed, H cubed. And you can see that's what we started with here. Okay. That would be over here. N1 cubed, N4 cubed, H3, C3. Okay. Just sort of making sure it's matching this, and it is. I see A and D takes N1 and N4. So I took N1, 2, 3, and 4 and replaced them with the first four letters of the alphabet in order to compel this calculator to tell us the answer. So this looks like a much better answer. Okay. So I'm just going to do is count the terms, okay? So I should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 unique terms. Now the other terms might be, oh no, they have C2 in them. So this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So now I have 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 19. I want to make sure this is 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So I should have 19. C null is the 20th term. Then we have three more terms. So this should be a 23 term. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Unless it's combining things. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Count it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to make coffee. That is the correct answer. Just had to rewrite it.
Battle cruiser operational.
All right, so we have the formula. It's try and get that in a better looking form here. We'll deal with the ABCD stuff in a moment. So we want to get this first. I need to get it like this, otherwise I can't read the damn thing. Need to get it in a straight line. Deal with that in a sec. Ah, come on, dude. Okay. Now we're going to isolate H. Okay. This part is not pretty. We have the original here. Okay. Make 2 of these. I actually need 3. I have to make 3 copies so I can read it. And then move it around. So we're going to look for, well, there's only one power of H cubed, and that's going to be right here in front of us. So we don't have to mark that. But we want to get all the capital A is going to be part of our cubic, okay? So that says it's equal to negative A cubed oh, right, I set this up for extraction. Okay. Why are we doing it that way? Capital A equals okay. Capital B is going to be all the terms of H squared. Circle what those are. H squared. Oh, there's more H squared. Look at all these H squareds. You know, it'd be really nice if it wrote it in terms of H for me. Are there really no more H squareds? Wow. I think we got really lucky. I think it solved it in terms of H. Well, that's nice. Did it for us without me asking. We got lucky on that one. Didn't have to do it that way. Don't micromanage that right here. I gotta turn down my mouse sensitivity. Ah, there we go. My mouse is gonna move really slow. Don't mind. Okay. Oop. Okay. Pick my mouse up for a second. So capital C is all the H terms. So I see H, 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 all the way out to here. And there's not another H in sight. All right. Well, I wish it was always this easy when I had to do these. How do I get sued? I need to get sued. All right, and our D term is literally everything else. So it's everything that's left. Is there really not a single H in there? Ah, that's correct. All right. Oh my god, my mouse. I'm not. I'm already not used to my mouse sensitivity being that quick. Okay. So let's just write out what these things are so we don't forget. So A is equal to cosine theta. B is equal to sine theta. C is equal to cosine phi. D is equal to sine phi. X is equal to alpha. Y is equal to omega. Okay. M is equal to C3. N is equal to C2. P is equal to C1. And Q is equal to C null. Dallas, advanced plus mid. Biden to Bernie Oil. Hybrid form. To EDB. Biden to Bernie Oil. Hybrid form. A alpha omega omega 1 minus h. Okay. So that's what it says. Now we have to go implement it. We're going to go bring back Dallas primary here to make a new sheet. Our claim is that we can solve for this in terms of these are the constants. We'll replace them with their true letters in a moment. P, Q, A, B, C, D. Okay. This is the first one. We technically don't use theta phi directly. Okay. Theta and phi are how we pop out the other numbers. And then this will be 2. And this is the other angle. Now, did they actually write the algorithm this way? I don't think so. So there's a lot of ways you can write the number 25. Okay, you can write it's 5 times 5, 5 squared, 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7. But they're all mathematically equivalent. Do I think they wrote the algorithm this way? I actually don't think so. But I think it's mathematically equivalent to whatever they actually did. So now, that being said, theta in radians, okay? B in radians. Do radian. Okay, make sure that matches. I should have negative 6.9 and then 0.17. Okay. This is equal to cosine. That. Sine of that. Cosine. That. Sine. That. Make sure we have the same numbers. I should be seeing negative 1798, negative 1798. Okay. Over here, I should see negative 69.76, negative 69. See 0.76. Oh, 0.63, 0.63, and I assume it's negative. Okay, very good. We're going to get M here. So let's expand this out. Decimals are very important here. We're going to bring this out to the maximum of 12. I'm putting in every single decimal here. Okay. So it says negative 2.67712193741. All right, good enough. 3.24644143750. P will be negative 2.54910460936. 0.69125.288.6772. This one is wrong. Do it again. Negative 2.504910460936. Okay. Okay. Let's zoom in here. This is A. It's equal to negative power A cubed. We're like power a lot, so I'm going to copy and paste that. Times power D cubed times M is C3. All right, so that one's just constant. Okay. Next, we have B. This is -3 times A squared times B times E cubed times M times Y is omega. I'm just going to do this for a second, okay? We'll put that put all the correct letters back in a moment. I can't fucking see like that. Okay, well, this one we're never going to use if we're solving for it, so we'll put 1 minus h. Okay, so now times y. Okay. This is one of those things, if I do it wrong, I'm never going to figure out where I went wrong, okay? And I'll have to do it all over again, the whole ABCD thing. I just have to check very carefully before I say that's absolutely what I'm about to enter. My, okay? The next term is +3 times, well, come on, dude. Times A squared times C times D squared times M times X. Okay. Three a squared c d squared m x. Very good. And the final term is plus a squared times I don't like what happened, so I'm just going to hit ixnay on that. Let's see that again. Plus a squared times d squared times n Okay, we're going to drop that down. These were the easy ones. The next few get really nasty. The last two here are going to be horrible. -3 and negative. I'm going to bring this really close to my face. All right, this is equal to -3 times a times b squared. Arcsec, please watch. You know I have dyslexia, bro. D cubed times m times y squared. Okay. If I make one mistake, I have to do the whole thing over. Like, I do not want to have a single mistake here. The only dynamic thing here is y, which is great because now it means we're raising vote totals to powers. Cool, right? Plus 6 times a times b times c times d. I wish it was always that easy. Rolled right off. Times m times x times y. Okay. Hit them with the dollar signs. This shit sucks, doesn't it? 2 times a times b times d squared times n times y. All right, minus 3 times a times c squared times d times m times x squared. Three a c squared b8 b1 power Okay. Minus 2 times A times C times D times N times X A C D N X. Okay, so make sure that was NB2. Okay, minus A times C minus A times D times P. All right. We're going to do a quick proofread on this. We want to see money signs around everything that has a B column in it. We don't want to see money signs anywhere where there's not a B. Okay, looks good. Let that drop. Get one more term. Hang on now. This one is nasty. I'm going to try and bring this in. I'm going to bring it up to BCY. Then we'll do the other part. Okay. Negative power B cubed times power B cubed times M times power Y cubed plus 3 times B squared times C times power D squared times M times X times Y squared plus B squared times D squared times N times Y squared minus 3 times B times C squared times d times m times x squared up. Yep, x squared times y. That's correct. Minus 2 times b times c times d times n times x times y. Whoop. Never money sign a d. All right, minus 2 b c d n x y minus b times c times y. Okay. Affirmative. Let's move to a slightly easier portion that I couldn't get in there. Minus b times d times p times y b d p y plus power c cubed times m times x squared plus c squared times n times x squared Let's just check this one. I don't think this one is right. B D E Y C cubed M. Yeah, I knew it. This had to be cubed. X cubed C squared N X squared plus C times P times X C P X minus D times X plus, only time we ever use this term, B4. Okay. I'll know right away if this is right. Yep. Okay. Now, we got to go solve the cubic. Cubic input. All right. We're going to go load up our cubic equation calculator. Okay. Open. Open cubic equation calculator. Cubic output. Now this will be equal to ABCD we have how many precincts? Count to 580. Now we got to go find which root, the one that matches. So these ones have imaginary parts. I think it's safe to say that they're not the roots that we take. We're going to take the real part of this root, okay? We're going to compare that against the value of h, okay? Okay. C3, C2, C1, C null, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4. In case I ever need. So I have the original in a tidy little format. Okay. H formula. See what it says. Get the fuck out. What the fuck? Hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna make coffee. Can you guys believe that it's even that close with all that crazy shit we just did? So I think what's going to happen here, okay, is that this function is going to split into two arcs. Not sure though. Let's expand it so I can see it better. Yeah. There's going to be an arc here and an arc here. Okay, that's going to split on. I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen. And so they catch both sides. Okay. Like I said, this is probably a mathematical equivalent of what they wrote. So now, I just want to see something real quick. Okay. The residual. We're going to do this separately on the other tabs in a moment. Let's do this in isolation over here real quick. Let's sort this by the residual. Okay. And let's see if I'm right. I don't know if I am. So let's take a quick look. The fuck? I think this is going to have a bow upwards. That's parabolic. Okay. Yes. Indeed. See if it holds on the other side. So then they do recursion on the general form in these two parabolic arcs. Mm-hmm. You don't fool me. This is what they did. So this is the general form. Okay. After they have the real root, they then run a recursion formula on the real root. So we have to get the correct function. We have to see it the other way then. We're going to put h on this side. Okay. Now that we understand. I think that this data point is harming. I didn't see any movement. Let's just check the last data point. Number 10. No, it's actually helping. Okay. When the outliers help you, you know you're right. Okay, so now let's check this one. I have even a higher r squared value on this one. How many precincts? There's 310 precincts that match this, and 269 precincts that match this arc. K2, K1, K null. K2, K1, K null. Negative 0.266627756013079. 1.27707778251947. This would be negative 0.07500779201898484. This is 0.162316. 0.16234965. By the way, now I think this is the formula that they wrote because of this recursion. 0.837322936244. 0.04 0.04394369975996. Okay. Just decided not to write this number. Okay. 0.04394369975996. Still deciding to say fuck you to me. Okay. H recurse. This is equal to power. Power. This squared plus AB2. Okay. Plus this. Times AA1 times power AB2 AB2 AA3 3 go. Okay. Let's compare. That was perfect. Soba solved. It's the same line. It says y equals x. That's literally what it says. Sad. H recurse. Same idea. Replace this with AG. Problem. Oh. AH. 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 H recurse. Same shit. Even if they did a second recursion, it barely affects anything. I think they did, but it's too complicated for the normies. This is good enough. Okay, so now that we have that, that also says y equals x, by the way. That's it. Y equals x. Well, you want to see say y equals x? Watch this. Y equals x. Wow. What the fuck? Oh shit, dude. Holy shit, dude. So I want to see real quick. Let's bring this back over real quick. Let's see alpha omega. I just want to see. I just want to see this with my own eyes, okay? Alpha omega. And then give me H, okay? I just want to see the resid, okay? Well, didn't do it. Did it even paste this? Come on, dude. Just want to see something real quick. Sort this again by the resid. So if we go pop this into a 3D graphing calculator right now, to here, does this match what we're seeing? I am genuinely curious, like, does that match? Then let's get the other portion. Here to here. It's things like this, it just help me keep the faith. I just got to see it with my own eyes, okay? Now, if I go in here and go F, G, H, okay? I can see how it's so much cleaner. And then that quadratic arc comes from the recursion part. You don't see that when you do this. But when you see it this way, you can see the quadratic arc that came from the recursion. At least it makes sense now. And then let's look at KLM. We captured this portion. And we caught its arc. There was the original cubic. And there's the upwards arc. You see it's curves up. So if you were to execute that type of recursion, yeah, that's some wacky stuff, dude. My God. So resid 1. Okay. Resid recurse. Resid recurse. And this would be equal to H H. Did you know everybody casts their ballots in the Democratic primaries naturally in perfect recursive cubic formulas? It's totally natural. Totally naturally occurring event. All right, but that's what it says. So now Really natural looking residual plot, of course. So what I suspect that they have another combination of proportions somewhere, and they actually ran a quartic formula. Which is what caused the half of them to split above and below the actual line. Such a symmetric pattern. But this would be the equivalent of what that is. So if you were to expand out whatever their fucked up quartic is, using the original integers A, B, C, D, okay, from over here, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, N, L, P, all the way out to V, okay? This is what it would look like after you're done. I mean, my residuals are less than 1% in every precinct. I just want to point that out, okay? Maybe a couple out here are at one. But like, all right, so I have a couple of 2%ers. So let's go bring these over real quick. Let's go see what the distribution is. Let's sort that residual. And then let's sort this residual. Just so we can get an idea what the true error is here. These are the residuals of either side. Okay. And this side. You're never going to get a Gaussian distribution on something like this, by the way. But it's kind of Gaussian. Okay? Because they didn't use a formula involving the direct candidate percentages. They use one involving a proportion, omega, of election day votes to the early votes, including the mail-in. By using a proportion in their thing here, okay, they made this hyperbolic. So it is Gaussian, but it's hyperbolic Gaussian, okay? So we call this a hyperbolic distribution, okay? This is well known. Okay, it's not some crazy thing. It's well known, okay? And when you have a hyperbolic distribution, okay, this would be the histogram of a hyperbolic distribution. If we took the quantile of that, inverse CDF, okay, then we're going to get the shape that we have in front of us. See here. Okay. So this is what happens when they play around with proportions. So we're expecting our error term to be hyperbolic because omega, right, which is the y variable here. Well, remember that zeta, okay, is equal to the number of election day votes over the number of early votes. So that's, we call that advance, plus the number of mail-in votes, okay? And then omega is equal to 25%. 1 over zeta plus 1. So this on its own is a hyperbola. This is even more hyperbolic. And they're playing with omega in their calculation, okay? So it's not surprising that our residuals have a hyperbolic distribution. I would expect. If that was Gaussian, I actually would have been very concerned. So that's how the cookie crumbled. These are the surfaces that they're using. R squared equals 99.9%. Y equals X. I don't know what else to say. That's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. All right, I'll be right back. I want to make coffee.
Battle cruiser operation.
All right, while that
Battle
coffee is
cruiser
brewing.
operational.
So what did we do, right? We said, listen, we'll deal with the quadratic curvature later. That's the recursive part. Let's solve the general cubic. Once we have the general cubic, then we can solve the quadratic arc. Because the formula for this, with the cubic here and the quadratic here, would be a very insane degree 4 formula that would be about 50 pages long. Okay? That's also not how they did it. That's not how we did it. They did it like this, and then they did this with recursion. So now that we have that, I just want to superimpose KLM as well. So I can see the difference between these. Just for my own knowledge, because every time I see something new, I find it to be very interesting. Yeah, so this is... Yeah. Okay. So people vote in perfect cubics in primary elections. Good to know. All right, so now we have that. We have to put in words what this means, okay? Not the cubic rotation part. That's just that's actually the easy part in words. That's just the formula. What does this equation mean, okay? In general. So we saw this is seen in Philadelphia, okay? 1 minus h to alpha omega. So one minus h, okay, is equal to some function of an aggregate and omega. G, okay, which was an afterthought for them, is equal to A over A plus D. Oh, I should write 1 minus G. 1 minus G is equal to D over A plus D. And 1 minus H is equal to B over C plus B. And what then? Oh, let's put the aggregate and omega. Let's put all the variables that are involved here. The aggregate is equal to A plus C over A plus B plus C. Well, I'm going to write it like this. A plus D, because it's hybrid, plus C plus B. Okay. And then omega is equal to C plus B over A plus D. That doesn't seem right. Omega is equal to A plus B over A plus D plus C plus B. And then gamma. Gamma would be the C plus B over A plus D. And now let's go figure out what A, B, and C and D are. We can close this. So A, B, C, and D, okay, come from over here. So this is A, this is B, this is C, and this is D. And we see our proportions right here. GH, alpha, omega, gamma. Okay. So A, let's write down what A is. A let's save on everything real quick. We don't need this open right now, so I'm going to close that. A is equal to BP BP is equal to Biden's advance vote plus Biden's mail-in vote. B I think it's Bernie Sanders, am I not mistaken? Given by BQBRBSBT. Okay, so that's equal to Elizabeth Warren, Bernie, Bloomberg's, and everybody else's advance the mail-in vote. Okay. Okay, so that's equal to Warren, Bernie. We'll put Bernie Sanders. So Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, Michael Bloomberg, other. Okay. Advance plus mail-in. C It's all in the election day. I can just read it from here. I can actually read it off of this. So C, it's all of the election day numbers. Okay. So this is Biden, EDV, and D is all the other candidates election day vote. So we're just going to say everyone else, okay? So candidate 2, I'm just going to call candidate 2. Candidate 2, it's everybody else except Biden. I can say Elizabeth Warren, Bernie, Michael Bloomberg, other, okay? So Biden's the intended winner, okay? So what it says is that H, okay, is equal to everybody else's election day vote divided by, this is 1 minus H, divided by, sorry, everybody else's, we're going to call this advance and mail-in just the early vote, okay? Everybody else's early vote divided by Biden's election day vote plus everybody else's early vote. So that's what percentage everybody else is going to get in the early vote of Biden's election day and everybody else's early vote combined. That's why it's a hybrid percentage. Okay. That is equal to Biden's aggregate, some function of Biden's predetermined aggregate percentage and omega, which is all of the early votes divided by all of the early votes and mail-in votes combined, and election day votes combined. Omega has an identity such that omega equals 1 over zeta plus 1. Zeta would be equal to all of the election day votes for both candidates over all of the early votes. So what it says is that once they have the proportion of election day votes to all of the early votes, they then convert that to omega as one of their parameters. They have Biden's predetermined aggregate, okay? And then they tell us what share everybody else will get in the early vote of Biden's election day vote and everybody else's share of the election day vote combined. That function f is the cubic rotated, double rotated recursive formula that they used. That's what f stands for. But that being said, this is what they're doing. So they're saying that everybody else's early vote will be given by this percentage, okay? Imagine it was in the standard for a moment. So then it would be saying everybody's early vote percentage is equal to some function of Biden's aggregate of and zeta. That's what it would pretty much be in the standard as an analogy. So once they have that, well, then the other two values are compelled. Okay. Once we have 1 minus h, and we have the aggregate, and we have omega, everything else gets compelled by tautology at that point. So they're going to back solve the other percentage, and they're going to back solve gamma. So that's the easy one. Okay. First of all, h equals 1 minus h. Okay. What? H equals 1 minus 1 minus h is what I meant to say. So h equals 1 minus 1 minus h. They already have h. All right, that's just the conservation law. So to get g, well, they're going to need gamma first. That's the first thing they're going to solve. So what they're going to do now is back solve this hybrid proportion. So 1 minus h is equal to gamma plus 1 times omega plus gamma minus gamma plus 1 times alpha over 2 gamma. So then we write that 2 gamma times 1 minus h is equal to gamma plus 1. I'm going to FOIL it out. Gamma omega, okay, plus gamma minus gamma alpha minus gamma. Does that make it cancel out? That would be a nice formula if that was true. When you just write gamma omega plus gamma minus gamma alpha. Whatever, we'll figure that out another day. So, I'm pretty sure you could though. So that's what we get there. So then we're saying that 2 gamma times 1 minus h is equal to gamma alpha plus gamma minus gamma alpha. So now we just have to solve for gamma. So now this, well, we could have wrote that out. Two gamma minus 2 gamma h. So now we're going to bring that over. Okay. And here we're going to finally say, okay, so we want to solve for gamma. There's a lot of gammas in here, doesn't there? I think I did something wrong. Something isn't right. It says gamma is a meaningless term. Let's write this again. So then this is going to say that 2 gamma minus 2 gamma h is equal to, 1 times omega. That was stupid. I was going to say, I'm like, come on, man. I know how this shit works. Gamma omega minus omega plus gamma minus gamma alpha minus alpha Now we're going to isolate gamma. So we're going to move all of our gammas to one side. So we have 2 gamma minus 2 gamma h minus gamma omega minus gamma plus gamma alpha is equal to negative omega minus alpha just writing what it says, as weird as it looks. So then we're going to negate this, okay? Instead of all these minuses, we're going to write that omega plus alpha. Something still feels wrong. What's wrong? Oh, this should be plus. Oh, fuck me, man. All right, then I don't have to negate shit. All right, so omega minus alpha. It's fine then. Then we're going to factor out gamma. Okay, so it says that gamma times 2 minus 2h minus omega minus plus alpha minus 1 is equal to omega minus alpha. I don't see anything that combines into like terms here. So then we get, finally, gamma is equal to 2 minus 2h minus omega plus alpha minus 1 over omega minus alpha. That's how they're going to back solve gamma. Okay. Then they need to get the other hybrid proportion. Okay. They have it already because everything's compelled at this point. So we know that G, just like X and the standard, is equal to aggregate plus zeta times aggregate minus Y. G is going to be equal to alpha plus gamma times aggregate minus H. They have gamma, and they have it from the 1 minus H formula. Okay. Now, they're just gonna have H as 1 minus H. Okay. So now what they're gonna do is just say, okay, well, we have gamma. Well, I already wrote it, but just to write it again. Gamma is going to equal that predetermined aggregate plus gamma, which is solved, times the aggregate minus H. And now they are able to yield A over A plus D. Okay. That's equal to A over A plus D, which is Biden's early vote divided by Biden's early vote plus everybody else's election day vote. And that's how the algorithm would work. The last thing they need is, well, they already have it. So they have the grand total of votes of all ballots cast. And they have zeta, right, which is in the standard, all the election day ballots over all of the early ballots. So what they're going to do now, okay, with the grand total, they have to get back to this form, okay, but they only need to yield A, B, C, and D, which can be done from the hybrid. They can do this afterwards. This is what they're back solving. So now, what they're going to do here is they're going to say that A, okay, is going to be equal to G times let's go right with what it is, okay? So A plus D and C plus B can be derived from the grand total, okay, in respect to gamma. So if you had, let's say, just look in the standard for a moment, you had 1,000 votes, and you were told that zeta was equal to 4, okay? Obviously, there would be 800 votes here and 200 votes here on election day. It's the only way it can be. So what you do is if zeta is equal to 4, then 4/5 of 1,000 gives you 800. So the conversion is zeta over zeta plus 1, or gamma over gamma plus 1 in the hybrid. So then, C plus V, okay, is now equal to the grand total. We're just going to call that, let's give that a number, N. Okay, that's going to be our grand total. N times gamma over gamma plus 1. Then A plus D is simply equal to, we're going to call this Sn null. This is going to be N2. It's equal to N1. They're going to set that to N null minus N1. N2, it's a conserved quantity. Then A will be equal to G times N1. B will be equal to H. Hold on one second. B. So they're going to get C. They're going to yield C next. So they're going to go C. This is Biden's other vote. Will be equal to H times N2. And then D would be equal to N1 minus A, it's conserved. And then B equal to N2 minus C. Now they've yielded A, B, C, D, and they can go put that back in the standard. A, B, C, D. Okay, early vote. That they finally got to their desired 4x4 matrix. Okay. All of this can be done in the blink of an eye for a computer. The whole thing, to the cubics, to the rotations, everything. Now they have A, B, C, D. Biden, we're just going to call it Bernie for a moment, even though it's everybody else. But Biden, Bernie Sanders, early vote, election day. Now the whole system's resolved. I'll be right back. I'm going to make my coffee has been done brewing about a half hour ago.
Battle
Okay,
cruiser
so that addresses
operational.
how Biden gets his votes, which is great. It still doesn't address how all the other candidates get their votes in this primary. But the good news is that we can do away with Biden. Okay. So now we can use our imaginations here. Okay. A, which is Biden's advance and early vote, is really equal to the subcomponents here. A1 plus A2, where this is his advance vote and this is his mail-in vote. And if they need more votes for Biden, then they inflate this number. If they need less votes for Biden, they're going to deflate this number. Bang, done. We assume that D is static and it doesn't, C is static and it doesn't change. How do we know that? Because of how they wrote the formula. They wrote it as 1 minus H. That's B over C plus B. They're solving for B, they're not solving for C. Okay? C is immobile. Okay? That doesn't move. That would be Biden's election day vote. They may actually, the formula suggests that they do actually inflate Bernie Sanders and everybody else's election day vote. Possibly. Possibly. Oh no, D is static. Because they're going to solve for A. Right, so okay. So the election day vote remains static. Okay. So D is static. C is static. A can move. And B, where does she come from again? From 1 minus H? Okay, that is what they solved. Okay. So then, fucking hate hybrid so much. It's literally, if it makes my head spin, okay? That's why I'm so glad they don't use the 10th combination in the opposition mode, because that would just drive me nuts. Okay, now, can they adjust A? This is what I need to know, based on this formula. Yes, that will be G. Okay, so G is what will give us A, the early portion of Biden's vote. That means B is static. Is that what that means? Is B static? No, B is what they solve on the other side. 1 minus H. Very clever. Okay. So then, G, and that would mean A came from A over D. Okay, so then the election day vote portion is static for the other candidates. B is yielded from 1 minus H. Okay. That's the numerator of 1 minus H. That's going to yield B. So B is in motion. Again, that's the early vote portion. C, which is Biden's election day vote, must be static. C is static, D is static. So I'm going to guess that Biden didn't do that well in the election day vote compared to the other candidates. Let's go take a look. Or at least compared to his other totals. So here we see just pop out a calculator real quick. Oh, we can do it right here. So Biden's election day divided by Biden election day plus everybody else's election day. Okay, so you got 49%. Now, what did Biden get advanced? It's divided by. They're fucking with the election day vote, man. That's crazy. Plus. Okay, so he only got 26% of that. Now, how about his mail in? This would be this by this. No way. Let's check something else. Election day divided by. Let's just look at versus Bernie. Okay. Sue Malin. So how does that happen? That's weird. If this was less than this, then you would think this was also going to be less than this. And then this is equal to. It's going to be like 50. How does Bloomberg get less advance votes than Bernie, But more mail-in votes than Bernie. See, it doesn't fly. And Warren gets like a metric fuck ton of advance votes, but like no mail-in votes. Like that's just so fucking weird. Bloomberg and Warren, though, they get the same on election day. And then everybody else gets a shit ton of mail-in and other votes, but they get like no election day votes relative to the proportions of all the others before them. Like it just doesn't fly. It's not normal. But we know how Biden gets his vote. I mean, is it possible to fuck with the election day vote? That's the question. There's another thing I noticed is that most people voted on election day, it says here, in the 2020 primary. But yet the proportion of early votes to election day votes in Dallas and Tarrant in the general election, Biden versus Trump, was like fucking 10-1. It was the other way around. I There are just things I'm seeing that are just blowing my fucking mind. Like if they were real and natural, then that's mind blowing. Let's see what the date was. Was COVID into its prime by the time of this primary, or was it just starting? Oh, March 3rd. Okay. So COVID wasn't a thing yet. So I could see there being way more election day turnout then. Okay. So at least it makes sense with COVID. Because if that was like in June or something or July, I've been like, yo, like, come on. All right. So at least that made sense. That's good. So, um, I don't think you can play with the election day vote. Too many people would have to get their hands dirty. I mean, how is that done? Let's see their process. Texas. primary. How to vote. Let's just see. I don't think that there should be open primaries. Why open? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's a good thing. Why open primaries are bad? I don't know. That sounds a bit weird to me. Well, that's fucked up. It's like they do shit like that on purpose. There should never be an open primary, man. That invites crazy shit like I'm seeing. And then you can go fucking run an algorithm on it and then blame it on the open primary. Basically, it allows for plausible deniability for insane fucking trends because it's an open primary. So you can say a bunch of Republicans ran in and voted for Bloomberg because Bloomberg, from what I remember, was originally Republican and somewhat conservative. So they wanted to show Bloomberg their support or something. Who fucking knows? Right? But it would be the argument that they would try to make. And they would say that maybe Texas liberals are more conservative in general, so they would also vote for Bloomberg. The combination of party rating and uh, I guess you could say conservative Democrats would give Bloomberg a lot of votes, but Bloomberg completely sucked in New York City. See, that's the problem. You would think Bloomberg would pick up more votes in New York City than in Dallas, Texas. That's his home state. He's very popular, even amongst liberals. It's disgusting. They have open primaries for plausible deniability here. But there's nothing undeniable about everybody voting in a perfect cubic. Does this allow them to fuck with the election day vote in a primary, not the general election, the actual election? And then have plausible deniability. I don't know. I'll have to wait to hear from some people in Texas that could tell me whether or not that is or isn't possible without people getting their hands dirty. Because one thing I'm going to tell you for sure is that if every election day ballot is occurring at the precinct and being counted by the officials at the precincts, then that is not happening. That would be too many people getting involved. If, however, they're relying on the machine to count election day ballots or something, I don't know. I have to ask, I have to find out more. What we do know is that we can yield Biden's advance vote and mail in vote, even if Biden's election day vote is static and fair. We know that much. But it does make me wonder whether or not it is or isn't possible to screw with the election day vote in a primary because it's an open primary. And then hide behind the chaos of the open primary system as for plausible deniability for any strange anomalies that would be otherwise detected. Does anybody here in chat live in Texas? Can you enlighten me maybe in chat? All right. We'll put the election day question on hold for now, okay? So we don't know how to answer that question at the moment. All right, so the next question is, how do we decide the distribution of the advance of mail-in votes for everybody else? Biden is out of the way. Now we have to figure out, how does Bernie get this number? How does Bloomberg get this number and this number? How does Warren get this number and this number? And how do they get these numbers? That's the next thing we have to figure out. Biden is solved. The election day is solved. These are all static numbers. They can't move. We're assuming the election day number cannot move. Then we're left with columns H, I, K, L, N, O, Q, R. Since Q and R are very significant, okay, and the election day portion is not, we know that Q and R is a part of this process. So now, what we're going to do is figure out this part. So we're going to go to combinatorics, okay? I'm going to leave this open down here so I can see it. And just looking at this trend, we have mail-in votes going from Bernie to Bloomberg, okay? We have mail-in votes traveling from Warren to everybody else. Oh no, we're gonna have to figure it out. So we're gonna do HIKLNOQR. So my first thing I'm going to assume is that Bloomberg and Warren, everybody else, okay, is not going to act as a foil to Bernie. Just like everybody was a bank for Biden. Now everybody else will be a foil to Bernie. So we're going to do H and I against everything else. All right, let's get started. So we're going to set this to four. $36, 4. So these will be all of the advance votes. Make sure that worked. Yes. I can just read it here. Well, why do I keep doing that? Okay, and now we're going to do all of the mail-ins. So that would be 2, 18, 2. There should be 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So input 1 is going to be Bernie, right? Okay. This oh, that was stupid. Oh, we could do BG2. It's going to be the same thing. And we're going to do this would be BQ plus BS. That'd be Bloomberg plus everybody else. And here, CR, CQ, plus CS plus CT. I don't know if we can figure anything out from there. The votes are few and far between here. Unless they're playing with the election day vote, then everything makes sense. Okay, so then what's Zeta? Zeta must be extremely high. The gamma is not. Gamma's actually very stable. So, Ray, have a feeling I know what it is. Open a new 3 scatter plot here. Oh, that fucking failed, huh? Damn. I mean, let's be honest though. Gamma is really stable. Make sure I got the same numbers here real quick. 75033. 33 881658. Okay. I think it's fair to say that combination 1 was an epic failure. I've also never seen anything in the hybrid look like that in my life. I find that to be really surprising. Okay, so wow. What I'm gonna say. Combination 2. Okay, combination 3. Combination 4. What? Dude, that shit is serious. I mean, look how messy everything else was, and then you get that, right? It's still too messy, though. Combination 5. Oh. Gamma, you say? Gamma has a formula, you say? Never seen Gamer with a formula before. Combo number 6. Okay. Definitely not that. 7. Nope. Combo number 8. Combo 7 is what we just solved with earlier. See how messed up combo 7 is now. Looking the way it's supposed to look. Crazy. Nope. Next. Combo number 9. If 3, 4, 5 is a combo, I'm going to explode. Okay. That is the only thing worse would be 3, 4, 5 in the opposition. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Let's compare that against number 5 because I'd rather deal with 5 than fucking 10. Only because I don't know how to ever explain combo 10 to the public. I really always hope it never happens in combo 10. All right, so none of these were as not noisy as I would like them to be. So we're going to look at the other permutations. Let's go over to the standard and see what happens. Let's see. So zeta is really high, right? Well, okay, let's find out. Yeah, so this is something you would kind of expect to see with that high of a zeta. I would say it's cloudy enough to be acceptable. Okay, so 2. That's the problem. Like when you have these super high zetas, bro, it's like fuck. Because even if that's what they really did, dude, damn, how do I prove it? So and that's more than okay. Let's check this. Okay. 4. So even in a fair election, the X alpha lambda has this corkscrew thing to it. And given the high zeta, and the fact that it's not perfectly flat with no noise as a pancake, I'm gonna move on from this one because I don't think it's anything significant. It's quite a bit of noise in it for it's noisy. It has as much noise as I would expect for this high of a zeta. Not to mention corkscrew equations don't solve very well, even if you're the engineer writing them. So unlikely. Moving on. Number 5. This is called a surjection, meaning there's a trillion different values for every xy coordinate. So we're going to move on. X lambda zeta. Looks fine. Next, we're going to go to comma 7. Now, this should not be as predictive because zeta is really, really low. So if I get flat as a pancake here, then there's a problem. Okay, good. Combo 8. Y alpha zeta. So if anything in a Y in it produces a flat surface, there's a problem. Really big problem. So we're hoping we don't see anything like that. Oh, actually, I kind of hope I do see that right now so I can stop searching. Okay, and then finally 3, 4, 5. Okay. Let's go over to the opposition. Because if I was going to use the opposition mode, I would do it in a primary with 1,000 million candidates. Actually, if I had to code it, I would actually prefer the opposition for a primary. Okay. Combo number 2. Combo number 3. Five. Number 6. Okay, number 7. Now, if we can't unify how everybody else gets their vote, then we can't present the case. Even if we have a formula for the union, the big grand aggregate thing, with that cubic thing. You have to be able to show from start to finish how the whole thing comes to be. Okay, 9. If I want to solve something like that, I'd rather go solve it in the hybrid. Combo number 10. Oh god, please don't be this one. Opposition mode, combo 10? No. Omega Lambda fucking Arbiter? No. No, bro. Please fail hard. Alright, thank god it failed. Alright, so let's go back to here. And the one that caught my attention was 135. I've never seen this used or remotely close to it. This is G Alpha Lambda. Or G Alpha Gamma. So what I think is happening here is a third party vote. The other candidate is making this cloudy when it's not that cloudy. So let's go look at Bernie Sanders and Bloomberg against Warren and everybody else. That's another possibility. A lot of combinations, right? So let's go through, because now we're down to 4 instead of 5 candidates, because Biden is taken care of. So 1 is going to be Bernie Sanders, okay? 2 is Bloomberg, 3 is Warren, 4 is everybody else, right? So what are all your combinations? Well, you could have 1 versus everybody. I'm going to put E. Or you could have 2 versus everybody, very unlikely. 3 versus everybody. We have to check them all though. Or you could have 4 versus everybody else, okay? Which is literally everybody else versus 3 candidates. The other thing you could have is your pairings. You could have 1, 2 versus 3 and 4. We could have 1, 3 versus 2, 4. We could have 1, 4 versus candidates 2 and 3. Are there any other pairings? 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4. There's no other pairings. And there's no other triplets because they'd just be the inverses of these. Now, are there subsets that we have to worry about? Yes, there are. Okay, this would be the whole power set. So you could have 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3, 1v4. Okay. You could also have 2v3 and 2v4. We also have 3v4. When it comes to pairs, okay, things get a little nasty. You could have 1 and 2 versus 3, 1 and 2 versus 4, and 1 and 2 versus 3, 4. I think you can see where I'm going. How nasty this stuff can get. You could also have 1, 3 versus 2, and 1, 3 versus 4. And you could have 1, 4 versus 2, and 1, 4 versus 3. And then you could have 1, 2. Well, we rated these versus 3, 4, 1, 4. There's only 6 of those. Then you can start getting into the triplets. Okay. That would be 1, 2, 3 versus 4. But that's covered actually by this up here. Just the complement of that. And that's just the candidate numbers. Then is it standard? Is it hybrid? Is it opposition? If it is, well, which of the combinations is 3 permutations, 10 combinations with 3 orderings. You have a total of 90 orderings. For any one of these, okay? So that's 90. Well, let's just count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13. So 20 times 90, light work. We only have to go through 1,800 potential combinations. Now, that being said, it's unlikely we have to go through that many. We can use our intuition to figure out which ones they most likely are. So the next one I would look at, okay, would be 1, 2 versus 3, 4. So some pairing versus some pairing. In general, a pairing versus a pairing. So that would be these 3 here. Okay. Because, yeah, Gamma kind of has a formula. But it's piss poor. Can't win a case with this. This is too noisy. It's just way too noisy. You zoom way out, yeah, you could tell something's going on, right? But zooming out doesn't matter because when we have to go zoom in and actually X-ray the motherfucking thing, then well, good luck. On top of that, even if you could get a good formula for it, it would only be an approximation of the cloud. It wouldn't be the actual data. So you would never win a case. Not with that. Anybody can approximate a cloud whether the election is fair or unfair. We wouldn't be doing anything spectacular. I certainly wouldn't go under oath for the equation of a cloud. So I wouldn't sign my name to that. Then why would I go forward and try and analyze that? So we have to go figure out which of these son of the bitches they used. So let's go ahead and do that. So we want to get what we got to do is change this, just the inputs. Change anything else. So what we're going to do here now, okay, is I think we're going to do Bernie and Bloomberg together. So we're going to do 3 plus 4. Okay, and then this will be Warren plus everybody else. Put that there. So BRBS, BQPT. We're going to do the same thing over here. Bernie plus Bloomberg. Then we're going to do Warren plus everybody else. We're going to go ahead and look again. That could be the other way around. It could be Warren is on the other side, or everybody else is on Bernie's side. Actually, I think that's the most likely case. But let's go check this first. And we're just going to start with permutation 1, combo 1. I'm going to take a look at zeta. Zeta is somewhat stable, but also very high. All right, so unless something lands in a perfectly flat plane, then we don't care, okay? Like that. What the fuck? Bro, what the fuck is that? Well, keep it in mind, because zeta is really high. Let's move on for now. So, first of all, seriously? Like, this should be not doing that. If and 0.5, then equals 0. Only because that is really annoying with divide by 0 errors. So the only thing we have to remember is when we have a divide by 0 resolution, that we just have to be mindful of any artifacts that we ourselves can create by doing that. Okay. But they're pretty straightforward. It's if we have a bunch of things at 50%, then they're probably the divide by zero resolution. Too surprising. We'd also want to remember to remove them from any regressions that we do. Okay. Okay. So this is equal to if. I just put a large number, 10. It's large enough. That's if its denominator is 0. Okay. Okay, so now that we have that out here, let's go ahead and put this in real quick. Just so I can get a glimpse real quick. Zeta has an average of 8. So it's not really, it's high, but it's not like so high that it's unusable. So, okay, let's move on. I'd be more surprised if Y alone was able to provide us with information. So let's move on. Okay. Okay, so there's the corkscrew. And it's actually quite noisy. It's noisier than normal. Sometimes too noisy is a problem too. That's the one I expect to be a little more tame. Okay, so 6 x lambda zeta. Okay, 7. So if 7 gave us an answer, I'd be very surprised. That's considered an answer. Still. It could just be because the cross is so close to the aggregate due to y's insignificance. We're going to move on. Like, it would have to be like a line so flat, a surface so flat that there'd be no mistaking it. Sort of like this one. Like, we're looking for something like that. It just says, hey guys, I'm a flat surface with a perfect cubic equation. That's what we're looking for. All right, so moving on. Combo 8. Whoa. Whoa. What's going on? Who knows? Oh, I'm in the wrong one. Let's just say what's going on. What's happening? Listen. So, and this is the one time where I want combo 10 to work because zeta doesn't affect those two. So I'm actually hoping combo 10 can pull through here. You have to bear in mind that alpha and lambda are in many ways sort of equal. So it just wouldn't be too surprising yet to see if combo 10 did pull through in a weird way. But it didn't, so that's, yeah, okay. Let's go over to Never Never Land in the hybrid. Let's see what we can find. All right, garbage. All right, well, it's weird, but okay. We'll keep it in mind. Garbage. 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 Notice how gamma no longer has a formula. So the combo that stood out in the previous, okay, when we did Bernie versus everybody, was combo number 5. But notice I'm on 7 right now. Notice how hard 5 failed. Okay, G alpha gamma. It's just garbage. 5 failed really hard, which means this is probably not the combination of anything. So I think we're wasting our time completely with this candidate combination. Never mind the mode combination. We want something that resolves the mystery of gamma here. Okay, number 9. Because gamma was almost solvable in combo 5. Combo 10. Never thought I'd hope for combo 10 to work. But who knows? All right. So I'm going to know from the very first combination and the opposition if I should just move on. Like if there's a weird degree of stability, then we'll keep going through. Yeah, I've seen that though. Let's check verse 3. Okay, combo. Okay, so that's just trash. So we're going to go to the next candidate combo. So combining Bernie and Bloomberg does not work. So now we're going to ask ourselves, is combining Bernie and everybody else, okay, versus Elizabeth Warren and Bloomberg. This is Bernie everybody. This is Elizabeth Bloomberg. And the first thing I'm going for is combo number 5. In the hybrid. Who solves gamma? Reveal your truth to me. Well, that sucked. Son of a bitch. All right, so we'll combo 1. Two. Am I in the opposition? That looks like an opposition. That's the opposition butterfly. How did that pop in here? How the fuck did that happen? I'm not in the opposition, right? Huh. Well, definitely not this way. Okay, so then we can do Bernie Warren. That's everybody else. So this would be BQ plus BR, BS plus BT. It's the only other pairing against pairing. You know I'm going for. I'm going right for combo number 5. Who will resolve the mystery game? Not you. That's for sure. Okay. We'll deal with everybody else in a moment. Let's go to the next suspicion. This would just be Bernie versus Warren and Bloomberg. Okay, so this would be Bernie, Bloomberg. Okay. What I thought. So is it because the vote totals are so low that it's coming out fragmented like that? It's like single double digits. So what I think is happening here is that this actually might be it. It's just that the total amount of votes. Okay, so like It's a resolution problem, is what's happening. Okay, so if you have a total of 10 votes in some way of voting, let's say election day, make it easy, right? This has to do with the field of rational numbers. So you can have 0% of the vote, you can have 10%, 20%, 90%, or 100%. So you have 11 choices, 11 different percentages that you can get. These are quantized, which means that you're going to have a very low resolution grid. Okay, this would be like Sonic the Hedgehog graphics from the 1990s. I'm not going to draw exactly 10, okay? But when you have 100 votes, okay, well, now you can have 0%, 1%, 2%, 99%, 100%. Your resolution now increases by 10 by 10, or 100-fold. And yeah. You have a much higher resolution, okay? So now you'd be like in the year 2000 graphics, okay? When you go up to 1,000 votes, okay, it'd be like modern graphics. Couldn't even tell the difference. So the fact that we have single and double digits, okay, capable of producing a picture with that much resolution is actually quite incredible. In other words, if we had a higher, if there was technically 100 times as many votes in all these precincts for this primary, this thing would be flat as a pancake, okay? There would be no noise. The only source of noise in this picture that I'm seeing is due to the very low number of votes. At least that's what I think. It's still not something I put my name to right now because I don't know enough about it. That being said, I'm going to go to bed. We're going to put the primary on hold. Okay, so I'm going to move over to my other place, not YouTube, because we're going to go look at Georgia tomorrow and Fulton County. Okay. All right. Good night, guys.